All right, there we are. We are live. Hello.
Hello,
Hello to everyone at home.
everyone. Konnichiwa rather than konbanwa. We are coming at you at a completely different hour and time and scenario today. For everyone who is new to Tokyo House Party or to Twitch, we are so glad that you've met us here and are joining today. This is Ikigai Indoors. This is a program that we're hosting in collaboration with the Japanese Arts Foundation and the Japanese Culture Center, which we will go on about in a bit. But maybe, Derek, if you wouldn't mind telling us more about what Tokyo House Party is and how we are all sharing the space today.
Absolutely. And I don't mind the strange digital square at the moment that's trying to track my face. I will fix that. Camera tech issues are not without a live stream. But to talk about Tokyo House Party is a monthly live stream event of Japanese art and culture. It's always free. We invite you to join us via Twitch as we explore a bunch of different topics with experts, hobbyists, and artists, all types of creators within the field to discuss so many different things, so many different things. Um, but it's live once a month at 6 p.m. on Saturdays, and it comes with so many things. And so if this is your first time seeing Tokyo House Party or seeing a version of Tokyo House Party, definitely take a look at our Twitch channel, see some of the videos that have been stored in our archive for you to check out and get an impression of what it is we're doing.
Yeah, and I want to note too that Derek is a very seasoned Twitch user. I am a brand new one. So together, our powers combined, we are navigating this cool space. And the reason that it was chosen is because we take advantage of the really wonderful chat feature here in the screen that you can hopefully see. And that's with the intent that you'll all chat with us, ask questions, share some thoughts, and so that this isn't such a one-way dialogue. The whole point is for it to be a bit more casual and a bit more conversational. So definitely join in, and we're watching the chat and we respond to you. Hello, Paul. Hello, Himura.
Hello, hello.
So far. So yeah, we look forward to chatting with you live. That is to say though, today is we say this before every show, but this is like action packed second by second. So we will be Sydney from Belgium present. I wonder if this is an Aikido student. And that is to say that we will have all kinds of people joining us today, both from past, present, and future, from the Japanese Culture Center community here in Chicago, but obviously internationally as well. We will be sharing many different arts and many different perspectives from teachers and students and community leaders about Ikigai. And this is a topic that we will jump into very shortly. So, to start us off, Derek, I wonder if you could share some of the partner programs that are representing us today, such as the Japanese Arts Foundation and the Japanese Culture Center. Um, this is the two powers combined that kind of bring Tokyo House Party together. The Japanese Arts Foundation, who is a kind of parent to Tokyo House Party, and Derek and I both actually sit on this board, so we are very happy to be representatives of this organization. The Japanese Arts Foundation is a registered 501c3 nonprofit organization that creates inclusive and equitable opportunity, education, and support of Japanese arts thriving in Chicago's diverse community and beyond. The JAF, or Japanese Arts Foundation, celebrates the multitude of voices in our community, exploring and expanding Japanese arts and culture. And we support this mission by hosting unique programs and open educational opportunities that share Japanese art equitably and accessibly while highlighting our diverse communities of artists, thinkers, and makers. And so, if you want to support these efforts, of course, you can support financially, but the best way is to be a part of this community. And that's
Hmm.
kind of what today is about. And then in the same hand is the Japanese Culture Center, which came before the Japanese Arts Foundation. The Japanese Culture Center of Chicago was established in 1977 by in Chicago by Aikido Shihan. And Shihan is a term that maybe you're less familiar with. We're going to talk a lot about senseis today, and a sensei is a teacher, but a Shihan is a teacher of teachers. So if you can kind of see this, like I am just base level person, and then there's a sensei, and then there's a shihan. So this whole Japanese Culture Center was founded by a shihan, an Aikido shihan. So he was a teacher of teachers and a Zen master named Fumio Toyoda. And he did this to make some martial arts crafts, philosophical riches, and different elements of Japan available to the public. So today, the JCC, or Japanese Culture Center, continues this tradition of offering classes in over a dozen, at this point, maybe over 30, martial and cultural arts. So the center is not a museum where objects are displayed necessarily, but a school where living skills are passed on hand to hand and person to person, on generation to generation. So you become an active participant in the arts and that have been practiced for over hundreds and sometimes more than 1,000 years. And so we invite you through this event and many others to join us and become a part of this community. And hopefully today you'll be introduced to just some of the people that comprise it. And to that end, I want to give a huge thanks. Derek, if you can share our next collaborator. We are extremely grateful for the support of the Japan Foundation Center for Global Partnership. This is an organization that has really supported us in bolstering our online programming, including this one, including Tokyo House Party and the Ikigai Indoors event. So with their support, we've really been able to reach all of you in these new fun and engaging ways, and we will continue to do that. And it's with their support that we were able to do all the cool things we did today. So please check them out and know that they are such a great champion for the arts in Chicago and throughout the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Derek, I
Great.
feel like I've just talked like a novel. Anything else you want to add to all that?
Oh no, I think I think that really covers everything. Absolutely don't want to take up any of the time that we have before being able to jump into all the wonderful content that has been prepared for Ikigai. Except to absolutely click those links, check out those sites if you haven't seen them, check out the organizations that have been mentioned, and consider following Tokyo House Party if you aren't already. Like I said, we're going live monthly, and there are so many cool topics that we are covering with each episode. But yeah, I say we jump right into it.
Absolutely. Sounds good. And just to kind of give you all an idea too, Derek, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure. So my name is Derek Fields. I am an artist and game designer here in Chicago. Currently working on my own video game called Onsen Master. You can find me online talking about video games, video game development, education, and the like at Waking Oni, waking like waking up in the morning, and streaming video game development and content on Twitch under the same name. So yeah, give me a follow if you want to see more things like that.
Yeah, and Derek has been like kind of our the two of us have been partners in all of these endeavors, and in the spirit of talking about Ikigai, which I will dive into in just a moment, Derek is certainly a part of my Ikigai, so I'm so grateful for everyone here,
Thank you.
and this couldn't happen without him.
Right
So
back at you.
yeah, and Derek's also a member, board member on the Japanese Arts Foundation board, so he's a real big supporter, and he teaches manga drawing classes at the Culture Center, has in the past, and he will
Hmm.
dish a little bit on that coming up.
Yes.
But my name is Sarah Chambers. I'm the director of the Japanese Arts Foundation and Culture Center here in Chicago. And you'll be seeing much more of us moving forward. So it's an honor and a privilege to introduce all of the wonderful people and communities that I am so thrilled to work with and are a part of my Ikigai. So to that end, let's talk about Ikigai. Ikigai, as you may have seen in our advertisements, which were made by another Shihan from our community, Oda Sensei or Oda Shihan. He is a calligraphy instructor, an artist. So the word Ikigai, it comes from two different characters. Iki, that word means to live, or that kanji would mean to live. And gai means reason. So together, Ikigai means reason for being, reason for living, reasons for doing what you do. And it's kind of a word that describes the pleasures and meanings of life. The word literally consists of those two components, so you can kind of see where it comes from, but it has a lot more depth to it than just that. And so I just kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit before we jump into everyone else's Ikigai. So this can apply to everyday things. And I think that's what's really important about Ikigai is its everydayness. It can mean something very small, like the cup of coffee that you wake up every morning and you have it, and just like that moment where you're sipping it and it's just like
It's
you take
essential.
that. Yes, mine's actually sparkling black peach tea, but you know, that being said, there's a Derek, if you wouldn't mind sharing, we have a really great image of this Venn diagram that's really popular to explain Ikigai.
Oh yeah. Let's see here. Let me pull that up. Oh, please, Phil. Feel free to continue mentioning while I
Fair.
dig
Okay.
around for the image.
So the reason I want to, hi Zach, hi everyone else from Belgium. And also the Ikigai that I'm going to introduce here is something that's really contextualized here in the United States in a different way. And I want to bring this up because it's really important to note. Ikigai is kind of popular in the United States, or this word is a little bit trendy because it is proposed in this way that this Venn diagram we will show. And in this way, it's described of something that's like the intersection of things that you are good at, things that you're passionate about, things that you can make money doing, and things that the world needs. And I want to take this diagram, whenever it comes up here, and say, this is wrong. This was actually something created by a motivational speaker, or like someone who gives chats to large companies about productivity and
Mm.
about making money and how you can be more efficient at your job. And I want to tell you all that Ikigai has nothing to do with making money. Ikigai has nothing to do with success necessarily either. It's more something that brings you joy and you do it every day just because it's a spectrum of goodness, right? So here's that diagram that I was talking about. And you'll see this all over the internet, and you see this in lots of different seminars about Ikigai. And this word is so lovely and poetic, but it's not exactly the real sentiment from Japan. And it's a word that's used really commonly in Japan amongst anyone just kind of daily. It's not even that special because it's so ingrained in everydayness, right? So I think a good example would be, oh, let's see. So a big accomplishment would be for some people, perhaps like getting married, right? That's like that's a success of some kind. But what makes marriage isn't the day you got married, right? It's maybe the day you went on your first date with that person, the day that you found out you could destroy them in Mario Kart, the day you found out that they've been every day working at destroying you back and then you're no longer on top. It's all of these small spectrum of very small, what feel like insignificant, but are so important things, as well as that day you got married. And it's the same thing with the friendship, right? You don't get a piece of paper that says, hey, we're friends now. It's something that you do every day, and these really small acts that are so important. And through the arts, that's really no different. So if there's something that you feel motivated by that gets you out of bed in the morning, for me, it's taking up my dog Momo, right? She's part of my Ikigai. And the more of these things you have, and the more attention you give to the small things and kind of working from small and then going large, there's a really strong correlation between um, people's longevity. How about that? And Derek, if you wouldn't mind sharing the thing that I love to drop in, and Derek, maybe you know why I included a book this time. Can you guess?
No, you put me on the spot.
Ah! Okay, well, last time I included a book too, and Derek was like, "Why are you having me share this book so?" And the reason is because I think it's so important to share your sources. And so for today, I wanted to introduce a book. If you want to learn more about Ikigai, and kind of some of the things that I'll talk about throughout the show today come from this book. And I intentionally chose all of the ideas coming mostly from this book, but then my interpretation, so that if you want to learn more, you can also do that on your own. And this book by Ken Mogi, I think, is a really great, easy way to be introduced into Ikigai. It's a quick and clever read. So it's a really sweet and kind way to spend your day if you want to just zip through an easy book. This is that book. And so this will hopefully clear up any confusion from that Venn diagram that's circling the internet right now of inaccuracy. So that being said, let's talk more about labors of love, because that's kind of in my mind a bit about what Ikigai is, and thinking about the spectrum of small things that add to so much happiness. And I think that's something we could all use right now. And so throughout the day today, we'll be talking about different ways you can join others Ikigai, all these communities that support Ikigai and are sharing their own. And if you are looking for something new to practice at home, we are totally here for that, and so are they. So I think with that, we can maybe jump into the programs. And I think by the end of the show, I will pry on Derek about what his Ikigai is, and I will also dish on mine too. So this will be an action-packed couple hours here. And from our timing, we're going to go straight to the end. But please know that if you want to ask more questions and dish with us later on, we will hang out after 4 o'clock and just talk with everyone for as long as you like. So we are totally here for that. This whole event is about connection and finding things that can inspire you at home. So let's do it. And without further ado, I want to introduce the very first artist that's going to be greeting you today. And this is Tatsuo Aoki. Tatsuo Aoki has been on Tokyo House Party 2 other times, actually. And he is kind of one of our unofficial Tokyo House Party hosts, I feel, at this point. Tatsuo Aoki has such a long legacy of bringing Japanese arts and tradition and passion to Chicago. I think it's hard not to just gush over him endlessly, but I think that you can do it for yourselves after you see what he's prepared for you today. And we will open up with his own words to you, both in Japanese and English, about his own Ikigai, and then you will be bestowed a wonderful performance from him as well. So maybe we can just jump on in.
Let's jump right in.
Hi everybody, this is Tatsuo Aoki. 僕の生きがいはね、自分が日本から持ってきた音楽の美学っていうのをなんとかここで継続していってみんなと一緒にシェアしていきたいっていうのが僕の生きがいですね。My Ikigai is to keep up the aesthetics of the music that I brought from Japan and continue on that legacy in Chicago. That's my Ikigai. Hi everybody, this is Tatsuo Aoki. 僕の生きがいはね、自分が日本から持ってきた音楽の美学っていうのをなんとかここで継続していってみんなと一緒にシェアしていきたいっていうのが僕の生きがいですね。My Ikigai is to keep up the aesthetics of the music that I brought from Japan and continue on that legacy in Chicago. That's my Ikigai. Hi everybody, this is
Tatsu-san to us, but Aoki-sensei to many others who actually learned from him if you are wanting to learn the shamisen, which is the instrument that he was playing there. Taiko, gosh, I don't know. He's like the Renaissance man from a geisha house that moved here when he was much younger. But yeah, there's so many things you can learn from him. And we just dropped the link into the chat if you want to see more about the kinds of things that they're up to and how you can join their classes and see their performances, which we will talk much more about in the future. But yeah, so thank you so much to Aoki Sensei and Asian Arts Improv Midwest for providing so many of these performances with us. And so moving on to the next bit, I wanted to give like a personal shout out to Patricia Larkin Green Sensei. And Larkin Green Sensei is the Sumi-e instructor at the Japanese Culture Center and a very wonderful supporter of the Japanese Arts Foundation. She is very active. She's won so many awards both in China and Japan and Kyoto and here in the Chicago art scene. So definitely check out her next video, learn more about Sumi-e, which is Sumi means ink and A means a picture of it. So it's an ink picture, ink painting. And you can learn how you can join her virtual class as well. So we'll take it away to Patricia Larkin Green Sensei.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa. My name is Patricia Larkin Green, and I teach Sumi-e at the Japanese Culture Center. So what is Sumi-e? Sumi-e is a practice. It's one of the Japanese arts. And if you consider the name of the art form, Sumi means ink, and A means picture. So basically, it's making pictures or paintings with ink. So I'll tell you a little bit about the history of Sumi-e and how I practice it and how we teach it at the Japanese Culture Center. The practice hails back to early China, and so it's an art form that's over 2,000 years old. It came to Japan through Buddhist monks traveling to Japan, and they taught in monasteries, and they taught the literati, and the art form actually was embraced as a practice in Buddhism. And this is the type of ink painting that I teach. So it's more of a Zen art. The idea of Sumi-e painting is more about the process and the practice. As an oil painter, it informs my art making. I think that Sumi-e is available to anybody, so you don't need to be an artist. Really, it's just another way of taking a journey through life. So you discover things about yourself, and when you begin the practice, we start at the Japanese Culture Center with doing some yoga and some breath exercises, because when you're painting, you are taking your mind, all your thoughts, you're emptying your thoughts, and you're moving when you paint. And so you're bringing in harmony your mind, heart, and spirit. So I'll show you the tools that you use when you paint. Really, all you need are ink, water, and a brush, and some paper to paint with. So there are specific types of brushes to use that are highly recommended because, and actually all of the tools are called treasures. So let me show you what those tools are. The first tool is the brush. And the brush is very special in that it actually is made with combinations of hairs, so that in the center, that the hairs are very stiff and resilient, and so they're springy. And then the outer hairs are soft and they're very absorbent. So they hold a lot of water and ink. And what's great about the way that they're designed and they're made is that every time you dip the brush into the water, it comes back to a point. See that? So it comes back to a nice point when you load it with water. And that makes it very, very wonderful to control. The other treasures would be the ink stone. And if you notice, it kind of slants down. And this is actually called the sea, and this is the land. And what you do is you look at the next treasure, which is an ink stick, where you dip your ink stick into the sea and pull it up onto land. And then you rub it. And as you rub it, you're making ink. And one of the lovely things about this ink stick and stone is that if you were to smell it, it emits all of this fragrance, because when the stick is actually made, it's made with soot and animal glue, and then they mix in some different fragrances and herbs to make it just a whole beautiful experience as you're mixing the ink. So you mix your ink, and while you're mixing your ink, you're preparing your mind and your heart and your body and your breath. So it's all about the breath and focusing on what it is that you might paint. And this is a very relaxing way to prepare yourself for creating. Now, when you start to paint, you're using the brush, and it's just like when you write. Anyone can write their name, right? And when you write your name, sometimes you'll be in different moods. And so the way you paint depends on your mood. And so that's why when we begin, we want to get centered. And so there, I've mixed my ink. And then the last of the four treasures would be the paper. And the paper has a smooth side and a rough side. And the paper is highly absorbent, which means that when you paint on it, the ink will just get sucked up by the paper. And so whatever you're experiencing you're going to be leaving your mark right into the paper. And so it's a great way just to kind of check in with yourself on how you're feeling and how you're doing that day and how centered you are. Now I'm going to show you how you prepare your brush. So you'll load it by getting it wet, and then you want to dip it in the ink. Now I've mixed some ink here in the ink stick with the ink stick and stone, but often what people will do today is they'll just go ahead and use liquid ink. So whichever is available to you, you can do either way. And then you mix your ink and your brush by getting your brush wet, picking up a little ink, and then making a gray. So now I've got gray halfway down on my brush. And then I'm going to just put a little tip of the dark black ink on the tip of my brush. And so now I've got a nice blend. So let's take a look at what I've done with my brush. If I were to do a stroke, I get this nice gradation. So this is also called like one stroke painting. So what I can do now is I can show the one breath, one stroke. And you might start to see a bamboo tree emerging. And this is one of the first strokes that you learn to paint. And so you just practice. Remember, it's a practice. So it's all about exploration with your breath and your mind and your heart and your spirit. And you learn to paint a couple of different clusters of strokes. And these strokes are clustered around these ideas, which are called the Four Gentlemen. Now, the Four Gentlemen are symbolic of these virtues in the Japanese culture. And they're also very symbolic and seasonal. So let me show you a couple examples. In wintertime, you learn to paint plum blossom. And so you learn some different strokes that will show you how to paint like the bark of a tree and the buds of flowers. So that's one cluster of strokes. So you can see that you learn how to do some dry, and there's the gradation that we just did for the bamboo. And so you start to build on these different strokes. The next series of strokes that you learn would be for the next gentleman, which is grass orchid. And so here you start to learn to be, you know, a little bit more expressive in your brush strokes. And you start to build and put all these different brush strokes together, and you can start making paintings. So if I were to now use this paintbrush, and I'm going to just add a little bit more ink, and I'll show you how to do the grass orchid. I dip the brush back into the water, and I pick up a little bit more ink and blend it. And now I can show you how to do those strokes where you just inhale with one breath and one stroke, and one breath and one stroke. And so you end up sort of dancing as you paint. And you start to put all of these different strokes together. And you can start to create little scenes if you'd like. The next gentleman would be the chrysanthemum. So now you learn a series of different strokes where you put them together and you can start to create different kinds of flowers. And so you build on some of these strokes that you were painting from before. And now you just press a little bit more and you lift. And you press and you lift. You press and you lift. And so it's a very gentle, thoughtful way to paint. Here's a painting of bamboo. So when you are learning the different strokes for the bamboo, you learn the gradation that I showed, and then how to make the segments, and then the bamboo leaves, and then how to connect them all together into a painting. And the next example that I'll show you is how it hails back to calligraphy. So a lot of these strokes that you learn are based on some of the strokes that you might learn in calligraphy. And don't worry if you haven't studied calligraphy, because you'll learn some of these strokes in the Sumi-e class, and you'll learn them as like building blocks for the rest of your painting. So here are some of the other strokes as we look at them as building blocks. So here's the bamboo stroke. So you just keep practicing, and then you learn how to turn and twist your brush so you can make all these shapes. And step by step, you learn how to paint the different techniques so you can build them all together and paint things like trees. Sumi-e is just a lovely way to create. And so whether you are an artist or a parent or a child or a human being, anyone can learn how to pick up a brush and focus on their breathing, and then start to move the brush with the rhythm of their breath and start to create. So hopefully you will give it a try and see if it's something that resonates with you. Like I said, it's really about the practice and the process of creating as opposed to the end result. So I invite you to come join us at the Japanese Culture Center on Sunday mornings from 10:30 to 12:30, where we will invite you into the journey of Sumi-e, Asian ink painting. So thank you, and I hope to see you. Have a lovely day.
That was wonderful. Thank you to Patricia Larkin Green. Oops, let me make sure I mute my background audio there so that we don't have multiple layers. But thank you so much for that demonstration in Sumi-e. And I hope those of you at home who have gained an interest that you deeply consider checking out and taking one of those classes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as you all now know, Patricia is such a kind and patient and easy person to learn from, and I can't recommend spending some time with her in any capacity. So she's just the best. And like I dropped into the chat, there are a few spots open, and just a few in her December class, and she's doing them all virtually, and she runs it like a ship. So, you know, if you're just looking for some grounding artwork to jump into during this time, as we probably all are, definitely inquire.
Mm-hmm. For our next segment, well, it's me. But I will be before being in remote settings, I was providing how to draw anime classes at the Japanese Culture Center to all ages. And so whether you're an adult, a teenager, a young kid, this was a class that is meant to bring in all people under the shared love for Japanese media. And so for those of you at home who have taken the class before or are looking for a space to start, this is a short introduction on how to draw an anime face. And so if you have a pencil and paper or drawing tablet handy, this would be a great time to use it. And so without further ado, I am going to hand it off to myself. Hello, my name is Derek Fields, and I am going to teach you the basics on how to draw an anime face. We are going to go through some of the foundations in what one can do when just drawing a generic anime face. I think these are really good steps to help you get started if drawing anime is something that you think you're interested in. So let's get started. Okay, so when drawing your anime face, Just a generic staring right at the camera anime face. The first thing that you'll want to do is draw a basic circle. Since I'm working in Photoshop here, I turned down the opacity or the lightness and darkness of my pencil here, but if you're working on paper, I would suggest just drawing really lightly. After you have your circle, just draw a vertical line. It doesn't have to be too straight, just right down the middle. Shortly after that, draw a horizontal line that goes across, touching the bottom of your circle, but not exceeding the left or right sides. Next up, you'll want to draw a line coming from the outside of your circle, curving past your horizontal line that you just drew, and curving down, reaching the bottom of your vertical line. Doing this is kind of a guide that sets up your anime character head. It's totally fine if you mess up. It doesn't have to be perfect, so feel free to erase and clean up those lines as needed. Once you're done with that, you'll draw another horizontal line that kind of cuts right through the middle of your sphere. This is going to be the space where we are going to be drawing eyes for our anime character. And it's also a good marker for where the ears will go. You'll see soon. Okay, and so using that space, start to draw in two ovals. Think of these like the eyeballs that are inside your skull. They're not oval shaped, but in this case we're drawing a bit of an exaggerated character, so ovals will do just fine. But we won't use the entire shape of the oval. We're only going to use it kind of like a guide for where we will later place our eyebrows and eyelids. Once you have those circles in place, feel free to clean up any lines underneath from your previous sphere or circle, as you probably won't need it as much as at this point. Next up, use those two horizontal lines to fill in where your ears will go. You'll find in real life your ears don't necessarily exceed above your eyes or below your nose, and so it's a really good proportionate measurement. And there you go. You have an anime head. Congratulations. We are honestly halfway there. This is a really great base for drawing any anime face and using it as a foundation for where you're going to place the hair, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and so on. Now that we have our spheres in place, let's draw on those eyelids that I was talking about. And so pretending that the sphere is a 3D object, draw a curved line that starts from one side of the sphere and goes across, ending a little bit lower than where you started. This is a great way to draw in some basic eyelids. Feel free to play around at this point. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're of course going to go back and clean things up. So if you want to try out eyelids or different eyelashes, open and closed eyes, this is a great time to experiment. Once you're satisfied with those, draw another sphere or oval shape inside the two eyelids, the upper and lower eyelids that you just created. This is another really great opportunity to get creative and play with your character's pupils or eye shapes. I'm sure if any of you have been watching anime, you know that no two anime character eyes look the same, and so feel free to have fun here drawing in various highlights or eye shapes, or when you get to coloring it, playing around with a lot of different colors as well. Just above those eyelids, draw just one more tiny little line. It's a really great way to suggest the eye fold of the eyelids and brings a little bit more life to your anime character's eyes. Great, so once you have your eyes in place, let's bring in some eyebrows and give our character a little bit of an expression. I went for just an uplifting upward curved eyebrow just to make the character look a little bit more happy. But if you want to experiment with maybe some angry or surprised expressions, this is another really great time to try that out. Using the vertical line in the center of our drawing, we can use as a guideline for where we will place our character's nose. There's a couple great ways to make your own character nose using either a vertical line and a small triangle like what you see here, or just drawing two little curves to represent your nostrils. Now it's about time to give that character a smile or some type of expression depending on what you might be working with. So try some things out and see what works for you. I was going to do a smile at first, but then I felt like maybe this character's eyebrows could go a little bit better with something a little bit more expressive. Great, and now we have a face. Pretty good face to start off with. If yours is a little messy, this is a really great time to clean things up just a little bit, but don't worry about it, because next we have to add on our character's hair. We're bald at the moment, and so let's give our character some kind of unique hairstyle. When it comes to creating hair, usually what I like to do is work with just a simple curve, sort of like an elongated S shape. I use this for foundation in a lot of hair pieces, whether I draw a longer shape or kind of a shorter one and cut it off to a V, or do a combination of those shapes where I might draw shorter ones and longer ones. Maybe they're bending in different directions to give a little bit of variation in our character's hairstyle. If you can't come up with a hairstyle on your own, I mean, there's so much anime out there at this point. Look up some references, pull some inspiration from some of your favorite characters, some of your favorite shows, and see if you can come up with something a little more unique. I happen to have been watching Pop Team Epic recently, and so I went with a hairstyle that kind of looked like one of the characters from that show. So here we go, drawing our character's hairstyle and that elongated S shape that I was talking about. I really stretched it out and only curved it just at the end there. I'm working around the character's eyes to give myself an impression of how low or how high I want the character's bangs to hang. And for this character, I guess, we're gonna go a little lower, and we'll just see how it turns out. If any of you are trying at home right now, I'd love to see what sort of wacky or creative hairstyles you've come up with. Feel free to share them with us on social media. If your hair starts covering up certain details like the eyelids or the eyebrows, feel free to erase that as needed. Whether you want to keep it there is up to you though. Okay, now I'm going to hit that magic button to fast forward time just a little bit while we finish up our character's hair. But just keep in mind that same golden rule of just drawing curved shapes, long S shapes, and creating variation to get the character's hairstyle that you want. And look at that, we've got our sketch. So now what we'll want to do is go over those lines one more time and start to clean everything up. If you're working digitally, usually I suggest turning down the opacity of the layer that you're working on and creating the final lines that you want for your anime character on a new layer. If you're working with pencil still and you're drawing very lightly, this is a great time to lightly erase some of those details, or just go over them in pen and erase your pencil marks when you're completely done and the ink is dry. Okay, so I'm going to hit that magic fast forward button and get us to the end of our cleaned up version. Like I said before, if you're working digitally, using the opacity is a really great time saver for using your previous sketch as a guide and drawing your new final piece of work on top of that. If you're working in pencil, drawing in ink, or cleaning up your lines with very, very smooth pencil marks is a really great route here. There we go. We are done with our nice, cool, clean anime character. Feel free to give them a neck and an upper torso after this, maybe a little bit more life to just a floating head on paper. If you're working in pencil, this is a really great time, or pencil and pen, this is a really great time to erase some of those pencil marks and any other blemishes that are on your paper for a nice, clean, final piece of work. As well as drawing on any clothes or other details that you might want to include to your character. I hope you have fun coloring, and thanks for watching. Cool. Thanks, Derek.
Well, I can safely say, Derek, that was awesome. The music was super fun. And
Thank you.
if I have a chance later, I will try to recreate that, and it will look awful, but it will be fun.
Do your best. No, there's no, everybody has to start somewhere. Do your best. And I would love to see if those who are trying or have intentions to try at home, please tag Japanese Arts Foundation on social media and show us your work. For those of you who caught the song, bonus points for knowing what video game that was captured from. But on to our next segment.
Yeah. I still want to go back and say thanks again, Derek, past and present. That was awesome. And Derek, though he isn't teaching classes at the center right now, he's still working with us for some of our community outreach programs, and is still doing a lot that maybe isn't as accessible to everyone, but it's still out there, and we're so grateful for all the stuff he does.
Thank you. And I did loft into channel as well that even though those classes aren't available, I still do some instructional things on my own Twitch channel, both involving art and game development. So you can still catch me online.
And if you do want to learn more about manga drawing and anime creation, we will be offering those classes in 2021, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
So moving forward, because we are in such a tight schedule today, I am so thrilled to introduce the next group of individuals and the next narrator who remains to be unnamed throughout their video, but I want to go ahead and say that this is actually Tatsuo Toyota Sensei, also known as Toyota Sensei to a good number of people out there, and pretty much everyone from the Japanese Culture Center community. Toyota Sensei actually narrated this whole video that really touches on Aikido. And as I had mentioned earlier, that the Japanese Culture Center was founded by Fumio Toyota Shihan. Fumio Toyota Shihan was an Aikido sensei as well. So the Japanese Culture Center was actually founded as an Aikido dojo to begin with. So this art and this community of artists that practice within the Japanese Culture Center is really just so foundational to everything. And their perspective and the life they bring and their Ikigai really helps us move so many of the other arts along. And they are participants in all the arts, not just Aikido. So I can't gush enough about them or about this instructor. So I will let you all be dazzled on your own, and we will go ahead and share their video.
Many people have heard about Aikido as a martial art, but actually, it is more than a collection of techniques. Aikido is a Budo, a martial way. It is a path to help us find harmony in both our inner and outer world of conflict. Aikido was formed in Japan during the late 1920s to 1930s by Morihei Ueshiba, commonly referred to as O-sensei or great teacher by Aikido practitioners. The first dedicated Aikido dojo was built in 1931, and the current Hombu Dojo, or headquarters school, is located in Shinjuku, Tokyo. After earning his black belt at the age of 17, Fumio Toyoda was accepted as a live-in student, or uchideshi, by the founder. It was at the Aikido World Headquarters where he first began his career as a professional full-time instructor. He later became an Aikido Shihan, teacher of teachers, as well as a Lei Zen master. He was sent to the United States in 1974 to spread the art of Aikido and founded the Japanese Culture Center in Chicago, as well as several prominent Aikido organizations. Aikido uses a comprehensive system of dynamic throwing, joint locking, striking, and pinning techniques, as well as traditional weapons. The defender, or nage, takes advantage of the attacker's energy and uses it against them. When practiced as a budo and not a sport, it can be a highly effective form of self-defense. This Shodo painted by the founder reads, Masakatsu Agatsu, meaning true victory is the defeat of oneself. O-sensei was determined that Aikido be practiced as more than simply a method of fighting. For him, it was a path of self-development and peaceful reconciliation for the warrior of the modern world. Real Budo means absolutely no defeat. Absolute non-defeatism means that there is no conflict with anyone or anything. Thus, Aikido is not training to become stronger or to throw down your opponent. It is necessary to have a mind which unifies itself with the center of the universe and somehow helps a little to bring about peace in the world. O-sensei believed that the way or do for this internal victory could be reached by anyone of any age, gender, religion, or nation by following the same path of Shugyo, an intense physical, spiritual training to perfect human character and develop true wisdom. More than any technique, it is this spirit of Shugyo which defines true Aikido training. While technical mastery is essential, without these philosophical principles, Aikido would be nothing more than exercises and throws. Shugyo can be anything from getting out of bed in the morning, to how one keeps their posture, to cleaning their space, and dealing with loss and heartbreak. This becomes the Aikido practitioner's Ikigai, or reason to be, to blend with the energy and obstacles life throws our way, to make the negative into positive despite the difficulties. The spirit of Aikido is to face conflict squarely. Only then can we hope to transcend it. However, eventually it must fade away as a concept and become a part of you. It does not help if one trains and then stops. It cannot be something that can be turned on or off. Toyota Shihan used the example of cooking rice to explain that if one keeps taking the lid off and releasing the heat and pressure, it wouldn't matter how long you kept it on the stove. One is to constantly train to keep this concept in their mind, to continue to face adversity from both the outside world and from within. Aikido is not a magical way to avoid conflict through some mysterious process of harmony. Budo is a path that deals with the extreme chaos and violence in our world in order to help forge better human beings.
So I've always wanted to do martial arts, but it wasn't until I went over to one of my friends' house and they had a sister that came from a martial arts I never really heard of before called Aikido. And so when she arrived, I asked her what Aikido was, and she says, well, I can tell you or I can show you. Which one would you prefer? And I said, okay, well, show me. And she said, okay, well, grab my hand. And so I did. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground and I couldn't move. And so I was like, well, if this smaller woman can put me on the ground and have that much control over me without even me being able to resist, that's something I kind of wanted to be a part of. And as I have a background in psychology, so the idea and the philosophy of Aikido really spoke to me.
I think our philosophy in Aikido of dealing with any energy or challenge or situation that comes up in a dynamic way and being ready for any different type of situation or energy has really helped me to be flexible during the challenges that have come up in the last year, and especially our practice of meditation and having that time for yourself to psychologically and mentally reset and calm your mind has really been important to me to deal with everything that's been going on as well. I think all of us need time out of our days to take a minute and reset and have that quiet time for ourselves, especially now when there's so many stressful situations and challenges going on. And I think for me, meditation is really that time that I carve out of my day to take a minute for myself and kind of quiet my mind, which really helps you reset mentally and psychologically and be able to deal with stressful situations easier.
Aikido practice got me to adjust or adapt to changes faster and let me see problems before they even become a real problem. I believe without talking, communication can be better because you have utilized all your other senses all at once. You got to look at the person who's holding the weapon because the weapon itself is not as dangerous as the person who's holding it. So you need to look at their facial expressions, you need to look at their body movements, you need to look at where their feet are stepping. When they move, should you move? So it engages all different aspects, your senses and your thought process, and you shorten your reaction curve. So weapon training engages more than I thought.
I was looking for martial art that was something a little different. So I started out in a MMA dojo for a little bit and it just wasn't quite my style. It's just not quite what I was looking for. So then I was just looking, and I've always been a little bit interested in Japanese culture. So I Googled and I was like, okay, Japanese martial arts near me. And Aikido popped up. I went and tried a few classes and ended up liking it. Part of it was the people you're around. It's a really great community. So everyone's calm, everyone helps each other out. No one's, it's not super competitive with each other, which is nice. And, it creates kind of more of a sense of calm. And when you're doing Aikido, you're focusing on, going with the flow and staying, in the moment rather than, thinking too far ahead or too far behind. Being in a positive environment, it gives a tranquil sense and it allows you to focus on specifically what you're doing at the moment. It allows you to kind of be yourself instead of worrying about everyone else. I'm so used to it now because I used to go to class every day. I never missed a class for a year. You go into class, you get ready for class, you stretch, you do Aikido, you're focused on Aikido. There's not really anything else to think about. You're just doing another technique. And then after class, you go home. And then everything else happens, but usually you're able to focus, one thing at a time. When you're not focusing on one thing at a time, everything just comes at you. It's different, it's hectic. There's like a puzzle piece missing.
I've been involved in the martial arts since a teenager, and specifically Aikido for almost 40 years now. It has literally changed my life and changed the way I look at things. I see the parallels in how we train on the mat and how we can utilize that in our daily life. And it's those changes within our personal lives that I hope to convey to others. I'm much more relaxed than I used to be. I'm much more aware of things, my surroundings, than I used to be. And I'm able to adapt and change and stand my ground when I need to. All of those things I can attribute to training in Aikido. Although I may not practice on the mat daily, I certainly practice Aikido daily. I think the biggest joy I get out of Aikido is watching others grow as people and what it's done for them. I know what it's done for me. In the beginning, might be a little bit rough, but a couple of years down the line, they get things smoothed out. They start looking strong. They're empowered to carry on their day and go through their conflicts that they encounter and deal with those in a peaceful manner. So my mission, my desire, my hope is that I can help bring peace in this world through my training and teaching others to train as well in the art of Aikido. I still have a lot to learn. I'll always have a lot to learn, but I enjoy the path that I'm on and I take it as it comes. Toyota Shihan once said, Aikido is a good path, so let's travel it together.
Finding a tradition that's been around for so long and being a part of it, you kind of feel like you found a home. And so that's a pretty nice thing to have nowadays.
Wow. I don't have any words. It was so heartwarming and like such a touching send off. It, please check out Aikido. Check out the Aikido group. That was such wonderful cinematography, by the way. Wow.
I know Toda Sensei is a man of many talents, which so many, I think, as we're learning about ourselves, have only been discovered in quarantine. And so I'm so happy that we have this amazing video to show,
Mhm.
because as so many people in that community had shared, it is a community. And I'm not an Aikido practitioner, and I've worked for the Japanese Culture Center and with the Aikido Association of America, which is held within, for gosh, I don't know, easily over 15 years now. So still, though I'm not a part of that martial art, I do consider myself part of that community, and I can't express how important that is and how much of that relates to my Ikigai. One person from that video actually has come over and helped walk Momo when I was in trouble, and another one drove me out to the suburbs to pick up a no theater stage that was being donated on their free time. So, I mean, this is kind of like in my mind, what Ikigai is kind of all about. And, the Japanese cultural community is so sincere, and something that I think is so important in sharing. So I'm so glad that they could capture just a small window into it in that video. So thank you everyone for doing that and contributing.
Yeah. Sarah, what's next on our schedule?
Next, we have another of the Zen arts, as we like to call them.
Yes.
This is Ikebana, which is Japanese floral arrangement. And we have a couple different classes offered at the Japanese Culture Center in Ikebana, virtual as well. And you can look into those on the website and on our Facebook. But this is Sensei Charles Harris speaking on the Ikenobo School of Ikebana. And Charles Harris, or Harris Sensei, as those who learned from him refer to him, has been with the center for a very long time and has been such a wonderful supporter, and is just such a source of strength to so many. So we are so glad that he joined us in contributing to today. So you can learn a lot from him and his Ikigai, and a great history lesson about Japan as well in the next moment.
Yep. Let's fire away.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Ikigai Indoors. I'm Professor Charles Harris with the Ikenobo School of Flower Arranging, and I'd like to talk to you today about how flower arranging expresses Ikigai, the spirit of living, a reason for living. And to do that, I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of our school. In Japan, the first mention of flower arranging is in the year 657 in the Rokkakudo Temple. Today, Ikenobo is the school attached to the Rokkakudo Temple, and the Ikenobo family has been head of the school and of the temple for 45 generations. During that time, of course, Japan has gone through historical upheavals and changes in society, but perhaps at no time was the change so extreme as 1945. In that year, a year of universal mourning, Russia had experienced 12 million dead, Germany almost 1 million, the US 500,000, and there was no place on the planet that hadn't been affected by the hatred and the violence of the war. An entire generation of men had been killed in Japan, and it was on its knees. At that point, the US decided to drop the atomic bomb. I can't imagine what it was to be in Japan at that time. But there are a couple of things I do know. One of them is that the spirit of work hard, gombate, emerged and the people of Japan decided they would rebuild and rebuild quickly. And in 20 years, they became the second largest economy in the world. Another thing I know is that art prevails, even in the darkest times. And so for those artists who developed flower arrangements, they looked around and they had very few materials. They had very few flowers. They had very few containers. So they used what they could. And they developed a new form of flower arranging called juka. Traditionally, flowers follow the seasons, and you use pine in winter. You use chrysanthemums in fall. You use narcissus in spring. In summer, there's an abundance of flowers to use, but there were none, or very few. And so what the leaders of Ikenobo did was they looked around and they said, well, what, with these materials that we have, what do they have in common and how can we work with them? And what they realized was that all botanicals fall into one of four categories: line, area, dot, and mass. And whatever botanical you chose, it would be one of those. And they said, all right, then let's try and develop a form based on those principles. Hopefully we can use 3 of them, if not 2. And building on that, the form of juka has become very flexible and very adaptable and changed a great deal, of course, since 1945. What I'm going to do today is a juka, and I'll show you the materials. Palmetto leaf, pin cushion, protea, baby's breath, gypsophila. And using these materials and some very basic Ikebana tools, a container, a pin frog, it's called the kinzan, and flower shears, hasami. Hasami means scissors, but these are specially designed so that when they cut very cleanly and don't crush the branch and still allow the flower to hydrate from the water that it's in. And we need water. So the first thing I'm going to do is look at my area. This beautiful palmetto leaf. Now, how can I use it? First thing I want to do is turn this container so it's facing you. One of the fundamental principles of Japanese flower arranging is that it faces forward. And it just isn't going to fit. So I need to cut it in such a way that it will fit on this container. Because one of the basic divisions in flower arranging for Ikenobo is, does it have a neckline or doesn't it? And by neckline, I mean something that comes up straight and then opens up, or something that opens up right at the edge of the container. This opens up right at the edge of the container, so it has no neckline. And you can see that the container is coming towards you. And now I'll take the protea. And in all flower shops, they always take the leaves off. And that's so they can put them in a vase really fast according to Western principles of flower arranging. But in Japan, we like the flowers. They're part of the living thing. And so I'm going to leave the leaves on here. And again, these come forward. A very traditional Western arrangement would be I'd sit in the center of a table and everybody can walk around it and it's beautiful from all sides. But what that means is it's always receding from you. It's always going away. The beauty of Japanese flower arranging is that because it's only to be viewed from the front, it comes towards you. And so there's one pin cushion. So I have area and mass. And now I'm just going to work with mass a little bit. And you can see the leaves have been cut off of this beautiful flower. I'm doing this backwards. You're viewing it from the front, which is the correct way to view it. I'm viewing it from the back. That's too tall. It's okay to hide a flower a little bit. One of the principles of Japanese aesthetics is that that which is hidden is most beautiful. So we can always just put it back here so it shows only a little bit. And these apparently delicate looking flowers are actually have stems that are very woody. And now then dot. So the beauty of baby's breath, of Gypsophila, is that it's light. We call this shusho, the way it grows. We have to study the nature of the plant and understand its expression. And Gypsophila is light, like the bones of a bird. It flies in the wind. We take this for granted. We see it everywhere in arrangements with roses, or it's used as a filler. But it's a beautiful, beautiful material. We just need to stop and see it. Now, I've been studying for 30 years, and it's been asked of me why I continue. And the reasons change. Yes, that often I find the answer in reflecting on my sensei and her faith in me. On other days, I sense the strength of these flowers because they come back. They live outdoors. They go through the most brutal winters, and they survive, and they come back every year. And that's an extraordinary feat. And there's just the tactile sensation of holding them in your hand, knowing that they're dying, as we all are, and trying for a moment to take that and make something beautiful out of it, and something that will give other people some pleasure and a sense of stop. Because a traditional place for flowers is in the tokonoma, which is a space that's between the outdoors and the indoors in a traditional Japanese house. It's a space where you cast off what was out there. You reflect on the flowers that may be there. You reflect on perhaps a scroll. You pause, and then you move to your inner life. And so in many ways, flowers and a flower arrangement is a transition. It's a way to move from one place to another, to move to a place of inner reflection, to move to a place of quiet, and a place where the outside world and all of its clutter is at least quietened for a while. So this is Juka. I'll clear off around it. The work of cleaning and the work of preparing is considered in my school even more important than the arrangement. What I'm doing right here, cleaning the table up, decluttering, that is as much a part of arranging flowers as anything else I've done. And so now we have a juka from the Ikenobo School of Flower Arranging. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Harris Sensei, for that. That was an amazing, a really wonderful demonstration.
Yeah, and I think what's wonderful is that he really touched on, maybe without even meaning to, some of the really important tenets of Ikigai, where he mentioned cleaning at the end there, and that Ikigai really comes from the small things. And we all know the feeling of your apartment or home or room that's brand new clean, and that feeling of being able to just rest in that clean space and how nice it is. But really you're taking appreciation not just for the moment it's clean, but all the work you did to make it clean, all of those moments that you spent caring for all of the things that are in your space. And I think that that's kind of that whole spectrum of events that adds to the Ikigai is really the crux of that concept. And he really captured it there really nicely in noting how important cleaning was and preparing and yeah, the arrangement's good, but it's all the little things that make it what it is. So yeah. And again, if you have questions for Harris Sensei, or if you'd like to learn more about Ikebana, or maybe join a virtual class,
Yes.
you can do that on the website.
And there's a link posted in chat that mention of cleaning being a part of the process reminds me of now my arrangements won't be as beautiful, but hopefully tasty. But I love baking, and it's cleaning along the way in baking that I really, really make a part of the process. And I couldn't help but think about that. I'm glad.
Yeah, that's totally it. And I think, that's why the idea is that you're discovering and focusing on and finding all of those everyday things that bring you those kinds of joys, and just making sure that you acknowledge them. And so that's definitely that's the spirit. Yes. So moving forward, as I know we're definitely going to go past 3, everybody, or past 4 probably, but we'll just keep going. So who do we have next? We have Grandmaster Yoshinojo Fujima from Shubukai. You have come across this wonderful artist on past Tokyo house parties along with Aoki sensei, but now you get to see them in their final form of amazingness. And so I think it's important noting that you can find these arts in a lot of different places, but I won't spend too much more time introducing Yoshinojo sensei, but instead she can introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Yoshinojo Fujima. I'm very happy to be introducing the segment for Shubukai. We are one of the 3 core traditional programs at Asian Improv Arts Midwest. Shubukai used to be Fujima Ryu of Chicago. My teacher started the school over 40 years ago. We actually had our 44th annual performance, which was streamed this year. And I feel very lucky to be continuing to share the traditions of Japanese classical dance. I think it's quite appropriate for the theme that the Tokyo House Party has, Ikigai. The piece that you'll be seeing is called Matsu no Midori, and it's referring to, well, it means the green of the pine. The pine tree, Matsu, is associated in Japan as a sign of strength. The pine tree stays green throughout all 4 seasons. So it is very much a symbol of versatility and strength. The dance itself is referring to green, which can be associated with youth. So it's the potential good fortune of beginning of youth of a person, and the outcome as one ages. So it's just looking forward towards the development and the good fortune as someone starts out. So I think it is quite a good match. My Ikigai, I think, is definitely to be able to share and hopefully help to have others share in the joy of Japanese classical dance, in bringing the traditions of the past, and then just how we can pave forward towards the future. So I think that's definitely my Ikigai, and I hope you will enjoy the dance. Thank you very much, and happy holidays, everyone. Please stay safe and well.
That was so lovely to watch. Thank you so much, Yoshinoja Sensei, for sharing Shubukai with us. There was so much characterization in that. I was captivated the entire way through. Thank you again.
This show or any of these segments in the future, you can watch previous Tokyo House Parties here on the website, also on our Twitch channel anytime. So if you want to go back and rewatch these things, it will be available too. So don't miss out. And my audio's off.
Fix it.
Oh, just kidding.
Yep.
So I'm hearing my audio's off. I don't know what you missed or didn't miss, but I think the most important part was if you love that performance and anything else that you're seeing here today, as I'm sure you must, you can see all past episodes and upcoming episodes stored on our website and on our Twitch channel. So
yes.
Please go back and rewatch some of those if you want to see where Aoki Sensei was on Tokyo House Party in the past, talking about Japanese pro wrestling, because that is his hidden passion. you can go back and watch that one too. So there's lots of cool surprises from all the guests that you're seeing here on Tokyo House Party and on future ones. So that being said, Derek, what's up next?
Up next, we have Oda Sensei.
Oda Sensei,
Yes.
yeah. So I feel like I should front load this by saying that Oda Sensei is another Shihan. Like we mentioned earlier, Oda Sensei is a teacher of teachers. Oda Sensei teaches Shodo, or Japanese calligraphy, at the Japanese Culture Center, and he wrote some notes that he didn't include in his video that I want to make sure that I give to you so you can know this as he gives his performance, because this really is a performance. So the expression that he's chosen for today for this program is called Yugi. Yugi is 2 characters. You may know it from like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like this idea of to play and have fun. And he chose this. I'm going to read the words from Oda Sensei himself. So he says he created this Shodo, or calligraphy, in an avant-garde style for this event because he understands that kanji, or these Chinese characters that are imported into Japan, are difficult for those less familiar with the Japanese language and from other cultures. So the avant-garde style comes from the human imagination, and so he thought people would enjoy and understand this Shodo, or work of art, character Yugi, more easily in this more expressive format. So this avant-garde style of Shodo that he's performing in is actually a bit new. It was innovated about 50 years ago, became popular and flourished after World War II in the 1950s. And it influenced many international artists thereafter. So many American and European artists were really influenced by this avant-garde style of calligraphy from Japan. So before that, calligraphy was an inherited technique aimed at the reproduction of classics, and it emphasized pure forms and tradition with Sumi-e, brushstrokes and margins. So the kinds of things that you learn from Oda Sensei in his classes are much more structured, and you're learning specific strokes and keeping within a specific margin so that you can learn those characters and the traditional form, because really you have to know the rules before you can break them. I'll say it that way. And so, like he says here, this style, on the other hand, the avant-garde style, breaks down those conventions and allows for people to release their imaginations and emotions, and is revealing itself as a living, breathing idea rather than just words on paper. So without further ado, here is Oda Sensei's demonstration of Yugi to play.
Hi, my name is Hikin Oda. I'm a Japanese calligraphy artist, and they are supporting the Japanese Art Foundations. I'm so glad that joined this program. So today, I'm showing the Japanese calligraphy, which is by the giant brush. And then a little bit that I can introduce a Japanese calligraphy. The Japanese calligraphy, the original, the Chinese calligraphy, is still using the Japanese language, the Chinese character too. So that's why today I'm showing the good word for which is meaning play. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes. So I wanted to fill in there that I was with Oda Sensei that day as he filmed, and he preferred not to speak too much because I don't know if I can express this or if you've seen from that video, he is an athlete. That brush is so heavy. I actually tried to pick it up after he had it loaded with ink like that, and it's like another person picking up
Oh.
another person and like dragging it around. It is
Truly.
so heavy. If you look to our Instagram stories, I put some things up there about what kind of hair that's made out of and why it's white and some other details. So go and check out those stories. But yeah, Oda Sensei, it's a lot of work, and he's such a talented person. So we're so grateful for that performance. And you can also see the finished calligraphy dried and hung upcoming on our Instagram account too. So make sure to give us a follow and watch there.
Wonderful.
So yes, thank you, Derek. Next, we have Pam Martinez Sensei, and she will be sharing with you Suminagashi. And Suminagashi is such a wonderful and fun and soothing art, like so many of the others that we're looking at today. It's a really wonderful way to spend your Ikigai, in my opinion. So, but I will let Martinez Sensei introduce herself and the art that she teaches. And again, throughout all of this, if you all have questions in the chat, though we don't have a ton of banter happening on air right now, we are watching chat and we can answer them all there. And again, after everything wraps, we'll be answering all questions and having all conversation that we can.
Yes, we are also providing links to any additional information and events as provided. And so keep your eyes there if you're interested. Without further ado.
Hello everyone, my name is Pamela Martinez and I'm a paper marbler. My passion is any type of marbling, but especially Suminagashi, which is an Asian a paper marbling technique that dates back to the 10th century. So what I'll do is introduce you to the equipment and do a demo. But I would like to thank the Japanese Culture Center for sponsoring me for several years now. As I said, I teach this and I have been studying this for many, many years. And I have to thank my teachers for all their help in this. So for a beginner's session, I use, and we can use, Buku Andu marbling dyes. They're a pigmented dye that comes from Japan. Here's the little kit with all your primary colors and of course black. And use any brush that comes to a point. And also the paper, an absorbent paper, calligraphy paper is wonderful. But as you progress in your Suminagashi journey, use finer paper, handmade Japanese paper. So we have a tray filled with just tap water and a wooden dowel. I'll use this to remove the paper from the tray. And of course our pedal dish where the colors will go. So historically blue, red, and black were used. So let's do a little blue. So I put about, 15 drops in the tray. Sometimes the blue is a little light, so I'm going to tweak it with maybe a drop of red. Let's try a little black. Black is very strong, but it will shift the color of the pigment to a little darker. So Suminagashi, Sumi is ink, Nagashi is to float, and that's what we'll do. We're going to put a spot of color and suspend that on the surface of the water, followed by another spot of color. And with our pointed brushes, you can use one color in each brush. The masters could hold 3 and 4 brushes at a time. There's also a chemical. I use PhotoFlow, which is a surfactant, and I'll show you. It'll open up that circle so you have concentric rings. So for now, I am testing testing my inks. So as I said, I mixed, oh, this might be a little dark, but we'll test it. So I'm stirring, gently stirring, and rolling the brush to a point. And let's see, we may as well go with the red, which comes out as pink. It looks red, but it really comes out as a pink. I use a dry brush, as long as I get the pigment in there, and just gently roll, just stir it. So I have my red and blue. This is Photo Flow, which is a surfactant. I put 3 drops in with about 3 dropperfuls of water. So, all right, let's see if the inks will float. You can start anywhere in the tray. And so you're holding the brushes perpendicular. There's a little hair here. And so the pink is quite light. So it's circle within circle, back and forth, concentric rings. Let's see if we can make the red a little darker. They seem to be floating nicely. So the longer you hold the brush, the tip of the brush, to the surface of the water, the ink will be dispersed. My Photo Flow brush will open the circles, like so. And as the inks meander to the edge of the tray, the colors will get darker. This is a very relaxing and meditative. The beauty of this type of marbling is that we really relinquish control. It's the water in the inks that do their own thing. No 2 patterns are ever the same. So now to get a monoprint, there we go. So I'll just let it dry, print side up, and there you have your first Suminagashi. People often ask me, well, what can I do with my papers? And, you know, historically, people wrote poetry on the paper, decorated kimonos, screens. I'm now cleaning the tray, as you can see. I usually do this 2 times to make sure all the ink moves to the edge of the tray, lower the paper, and lift. if the paints fall below the surface of the water, I just add a little bit of the photo flow, and I do mean just a little bit. Like I'll just tap just a little tiny bit there. Let's see if the black will. See, now that's very active. It's you can see that the blue got a little darker. The hallmark of Suminagashi are very tight, small, concentric circles and lines. This is just some blotter board. You can use newspaper also as a blotter. So they're floating nicely. I kind of like this area here and the white space. So touch and lower without letting go. Touch, lower, 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 and then lift. Here's our second image. Face up. I would like to try something. This is unplanned. Always the scariest. I'm leaving this, we could do a ghost print. I'm leaving this gentle light gray Suminagashi in the tray. And let's follow with something a little heavier. You can compress, being very careful. If it's too active, the photo flow is too active, the inks will fall below the surface of the water. So you're constantly looking at what's happening in the tray. So far, they're playing well together. Here's some brush painting that I did on handmade Japanese paper. Now I'm going to try to put my Suminagashi in this area. Wish me luck. So we'll touch. And I just want just a little bit of it in there. Let's see. Yeah, that worked. That worked. So it looks like my leaves are just kind of hovering over the water. So there's a lot you can do with it. It's and like I said, you can grind your own ink, use Sumi ink, or the Chinese chips, dilute that, and just enjoy. So thank you again, and I hope to see you when things lighten up, or we can maybe do a Zoom class. But do be safe, and thank you.
Making sure we're unmuted.
Yay!
That was wonderful.
Yeah. And I just want to note that Pam is also Martina Sensei is such a wonderful instructor, and the advent of photo flow added to that art making process is wild and so fun as you get those like, it's like science. Yeah. Like just like like someone had mentioned, a surface surfactant. Is that what we're talking about? Yes, it is. And I'd love to see how this art might be used at home with students or in classrooms too, just thinking about those kinds of, oh, I wish you were a dog. I have that answer because I've taken a few classes on this one. And actually another hack for creating those surfactants is actually you take a dry brush and you rub it on your nose. This is what the traditional style is. You rub the brush on your nose or on your forehead or on your cheek, and the oils from your face, you drop that into the water, and that creates that same spread of the ink on the water surface. So yeah, the oils from your face work just as well. Maybe less desirable for some people, but it's the traditional way of it. Yeah. So yes, and Martina Sensei will be offering virtual Suminagashi workshops, and I will say that it's really easy. You can get these inks, if I had it right side up, on Amazon, and they come to you quickly. It's a very fun, cool artwork, and you can wrap all of your holiday presents with it if you want.
That's a great idea, and it
Up your pen pal game.
It looks like magic all the while. So I don't doubt that it's such a captivating process the entire time.
Yeah, it's really fun, and I think you can just get away with doing it for hours and not realizing time has gone by. And hey, that's Ikigai for sure. So moving along, I want to note the next virtual guest we have is someone super dear from our Aikido community as well. This is actually someone I connected with over the summer when things were feeling really tense, and we just really wanted to create something that could be helpful for others out there. And so we put together this video together. It was maybe just over May, June. So, and this is Rick Butler Sensei. And he runs a program called Pathway to Harmony, which he will tell you about at length in this video. And if you need any links to find Butler Sensei or to learn more about his program, you will find them in the chat, and you can also reach out to us. But without much more delay, we can just let Butler Sensei speak for himself.
What's important is being able to change your perspective sometimes, just change the lens that you're working with. Because if you don't change the lens, you keep getting the same image. My name is Rick Butler, and they call me Sensei because I'm an instructor, just a Japanese word that means instructor or teacher. I'm the founder of Pathway to Harmony, Inc. and the Pathway to Harmony Aikido program. The priority is to help people enhance their quality of life, is to help people minimize the chaos and stress in their daily life. I teach an art called Aikido, self-defense art that's often called the art of peace. Aikido means the way of coordinating mind and body. I tell people what Aikido is to me. It's just a way of being at peace with everybody. And I tell students all the time that I want them to be a black belt in their mind way before they're black belt with hands. I tell my students, have an agenda so that you don't fall into somebody else's agenda, because there's always somebody preparing one for you, whether you know it or not. When I was in the mortgage banking industry, all I dealt with was people that were stressed, worrying about whether or not they're going to have their homes taken and things like that. I started seeing this connection with Aikido about minimizing their stress through my conversation. Jumping from being in this business world to creating a nonprofit. Aikido has been a catalyst. It has been my way to reach another group of people and teach them about my people. And I'm able to teach my people about another group of people. My Aikido family touches on every demographic. I've worked with church organizations, governmental organizations, and mostly schools. Our phase summer program, which is Pathway to Harmony Aikido Summer Enrichment. For phase, I would have kids from 6 to 10 weeks. They started the morning off with learning breathing meditation, to having a class in Aikido. They learned nonviolent conflict resolution. They get classes in financial literacy. The whole thing is based on exposing them to something because I'm trying to help them to find their passion. Like I said, I'm not funded by anybody specifically, and most of the time those kids didn't pay for that program. And that was me pulling together resources. I want to thank the Japanese Culture Center. This little place is doing such big, big things in the city of Chicago. I appreciate this so much, for us to be able to sit here in this place where lives are changed. We help each other, and that is what society is supposed to be about.
I watched this previously, as you had mentioned, to make sure to fight off the onions that might enter the room, because that even seeing it a second time around, that video is incredibly touching, and I love getting a chance to hear about just everything that they had to show. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and thank you so much to Butler Sensei, who I'm not sure if he joined us today, but he's definitely out here in Chicago doing something amazing right now, no doubt. And I think he's a great advocate for what arts do for communities and what the reach of Ikigai really is when we all come together and do things like this. So tremendous thank you for all he does and for his Ikigai taking this shape. So that said, we have so much more, and I know that we've been chatting with Fierce Buddhist out there in Twitch world, and Fierce Buddhist has been asking if the haiku portion had come up yet, and well, we are upon it. And it's not just haiku, but a few other arts that are so kindly shared by Seiyo Shihan Sensei. And I will let Shihan Sensei introduce himself, and you will be treated with 3 different arts that he actually heads up and leads through the Japanese Culture Center. So why not waste any more of your time, and you can kind of meet him for yourself.
Let's go.
Hi, welcome to Ikigai, our virtual festival. One of the things that gets me out of the mornings, weapons. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the other things that I do too, but I'm going to talk about weapons. One of these, this is a Turkish bow that I like to use, a very short bow. I also train with the Yumi in Kyudo, but with the Turkish bow, this is more of a horseback bow. Really fun, really nice. We use the same type of, if in Kyudo, we use a glove, right? And we squeeze it in. Traditional Asian, you're going to use a thumb, not the Mediterranean, which you see in a lot of different things. You'll see that, but we're using a thumb draw, and you can hear it hitting the target back there. It's enjoying going home. That's what I'll all want to do. And we shoot the also. I didn't use them, but we use a thumb ring so that you can train with your thumb ring. That's one part of weapons that gets me up every morning and training. The other one that I use, besides the sword, is the bow shuriken from Meifushin Kageru. We have 5 shuriken. Throw them down range for you. Over to the left of the arrows here. Of course, with an arrow, you're going to shoot farther distance. With a shuriken, I'm going to move a little closer. I am shooting in what we would call shooting in a makawari, or in different Asians you would call it gaojin practice, which is a close range. You're not going to be shooting far, especially I'm out in my own practice range here in Chicago. So I practice more gaojin. I'm going to do just 5 quick strikes with the shuriken. And those are the kind of things that get me up in the morning and keep me moving. I will also go into a couple other things later, but just wanted to do this while I was outside and share this with you guys. And so, and that's the final bit on the target. It's got 3 arrows in him and 5 shuriken in him. So, lots of fun. Hello. A moment ago you saw me with one of the things that I enjoy doing and demonstrating that for our Ikigai, our virtual festival. Wanted to talk to you now about something else that I really love and it gets me moving every day, and that is haiku. I am the haiku instructor at the Japanese Culture Center and have been for over a decade now. I'm also the Buddhist lay chaplain at the Jesse Brown VA Hospital. I teach Japanese yoga at the Jesse Brown Hospital as well. I am the sensei for Meifu Shinkageru, which is a traditional Japanese weapons ru or school that we have here in Chicago. And I teach other various arts as well as Hanko, which is a name seal carving and different things like that. But I'd like to talk at this moment about haiku, what it is, its history, ideas, and also what it is not. So let's begin by defining what a haiku is. Most people immediately, when I ask this in class, they'll say it's a 575. First thing I want to is have you set that aside for a moment, because it's not 575 traditionally in English. And we'll get more into that. But a haiku is, as defined by various journals, this has been agreed upon, is a short poem that uses imagistic language to convey the essence of an experience of nature or the season intuitively linked to the human condition. So I'm going to read that again. So I have it exactly right. A haiku is a short poem that uses imagistic language to convey the essence of an experience of nature or the season intuitively linked to the human condition. Based in simple terms, it's a snapshot of a moment where nature and humanity connect. It is that moment that we have the overlap, as we say in a Venn diagram, you have the overlap of the two. So that is the definition of a haiku as generally accepted in journals like Haiku International, things like that. That is what is accepted as a traditional haiku. There are forms such as senru, but that's a different topic. Now let's talk about the history of haiku and where it came from. It comes out of the longer form of haiku, of poetry, called the ringu. It was popular in the 13th and 14th century. And the very first part of the ringu was something called a hoku. And this was a 3-line verse containing 575 sounds that is the ancestor of haiku. It also set the tone and the season for the ringu. So as you can see with that, you have this ringu, which is a much longer, it's a collaboration between 2 or more poets, also became a drinking game, things like that. Imagine how that probably was quite fun at the end. And it would go back and forth between poets. But it started off, the person chose the first hoku sets the season. So if it starts in summer, the next person, if they want to change the season, has to go to the season next, which would be fall, as opposed to, they can't jump all the way back around to spring. So it kind of sets the tone and the theme and the season of it. So that's a little bit about the history of it. We'll say that most haiku journals worldwide are in English now, not in Japanese. So if you're going to think about submitting and you write in English, you're going to be good. If you're going to submit, what you might want to do is look and read their requirements, because some will require different types, different things. So keeping that in mind, let's move on to what I said about the sounds. The hoku was 575 sounds. It's a sound or on or onji in Japanese. So they're not syllables as we think of in English. They are sounds. Like haiku and it's going to bring up the word haiku, right? Right there. Haiku is ha-i-ku if it's written out. It's 3 sounds, not haiku, like we say in English. That little one in the middle. Onji is a sound, and it consists of a single vowel sound combination of a consonant and a vowel, or a single consonant. So each onji, or syllable, is about the same length as the syllable be in English. Think about that for a second. So in English, they can be really long words and have one syllable. They can be really long words and have a plethora of syllables. So keeping this in mind, the average haiku in Japanese contains 5 to 6 words on average, while the English haiku contains 17 onji or more, which means 12 or more words. So as you can see how that 575, if you hold to it too tight, you can end up with making a very long, difficult haiku, trying to force it to fit. And one of the things about haiku is that you want it to flow. You want it to just come out smooth. Shouldn't be forced. It shouldn't be clunky. Shouldn't have alliteration. It shouldn't have those type of things. So you want to keep it. What I like to say it is a one breath rule. If you can recite your haiku in one breath, then it has brevity. It is short. You do not want to have I, N, of, it, be, is, because when you add those in to make it fit 575, what you've ended up doing is making it forced and not natural. And if remember, we're talking about nature and the human condition. If something is not natural, then we have already not made a haiku. So that's a little bit about brevity and length of the haiku. Generally, it is accepted 3 lines, short, long, short for the haiku, and then from there we can change it. There are haiku journals such as the modern haiku, which is like going to the Museum of Contemporary Art versus going to the Art Institute. You're going to see some different things. Excuse me. And you may not at first think, oh, that's a haiku. Or you may think that's not a haiku, but then if you look at it, you may see that it still has that. But it's modern haiku, so it's going to be a little different. It may not be the traditional, and if you like to be that type of haikuist, Modern Haiku is your journal. If you want to be more traditional, Haiku International, published in Japan, is more along your lines. But in addition to brevity, a haiku should have the following things. Akigo, K-I-G-O. It is a word or phrase that helps identify the season of the experience that is recorded in the poem. So Ikigo, it is, once again, it is a word such, if I say Christmas trees, candy canes, pumpkin, hot dogs, fireworks, Easter eggs, Oban, Della de Morte. Depending on what words I choose, it sets the time and frame for the haiku. Think back to the Ringu. It sets the season, right? So we have that seasonal attachment to it. You can choose, there are lots of places you can take a look, and there's an app I like called 72 Seasons, and this is not a paid promotion, I just like the app, that you can go in and it will break down the seasons from within Japan down to micro seasons, so that you can see that I believe we just started what's called First Winter. And then inside of First Winter, there will be specific micro seasons. So if you make a reference to, say, daffodils, that's a reference to a certain specific season within Japanese culture. The daffodils may bring to your mind, if you're in Western culture, when you see them spring, those type of things when they first come up, or robin, spring, type of things like that. So that's a little bit on Kigo and what you're thinking. You also want to be very careful with the use of them because it can be a culture relevant. I had a student that is in Arizona, and she was talking about quail, and for her, quail and birds are there all the time because it's not like we have here in Chicago where it gets cold. So if I read her haiku, I read it with a different perspective than maybe what she has because she sees things differently from her area. So it's kind of an interesting how it can be tied into different ways. Another important concept for a haiku is called a kuriji. And kuriji doesn't have a direct translation. It means cutting word kind of, but it's a placeholder so that the verse has the right number of feelings, moras. It has a function to also set a certain emotional or sentimental flavor, kind of like a cadence. One of the things that I think of, if you are familiar with your musician, you may know seisera or rest pause. And in your haiku, even just a slash or a dash might be in the proper place, sets the cadence or the kuriji, so it acts as a kuriji. So just kind of interesting to think about that. It helps to focus the haiku on the area that you want. And hopefully you'll take a class with us and we can discuss this and give examples of where the kuriji breaks and how if you break the haiku in certain forms, in certain ways, you'll get a different taste of it, a different feel for it. Speaking of taste or feel, you want to try to put as much into your haiku with all of the senses. And remember, we have, we know the 5 senses, right? But we also have a 6th sense, and that's your brain. This is what interprets everything. So these 5 senses, if I can read your haiku and I can smell the leaves, I can hear the rustle of them, I can imagine the taste of the air on my tongue, I can feel the crispness of it on my skin, the air, things like that. You want to put as much into the short, no more than 17 words into a haiku that gives a lot of depth to it and it pulls it out, and that makes it much more painterly, to use an artistic term, than realistic, because you want to just add all this depth and layers to it. So kind of talked about it, and that haiku is much deeper than just counting syllables and cutesy little images. There's another class that we do, it's on jisei, which are death poems, which are not just for, seppuku, but also for people who are writing haiku before they pass on. I myself, every time that I get ready to go into a surgery, I write a jisei, prepared for if I don't come out of it, and it also acts as a last will and testament. People going into battle, they would write them and tuck them inside their, tops and armor so that people would, if they found them, they would know and hopefully deliver that message to their family. So there's a lot of depth to haiku, so much more that can be said about it. And I hope that you'll join us at the Japanese Culture Center and maybe explore this with us and open up your haiku eye, as I like to say, because once you've started being aware of the things that are around you and start writing, it'll never close back again. But I wanted to say thank you for spending time with me today, and please contact the Japanese Culture Center to find out more about our upcoming classes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much to Shihan Sensei. I think there's so many things that he has to teach at the center that there's just no limit to how much time you could spend with him. And yes, you can know him as Fierce Buddhist in the chat right now. So if you want to ask him questions,
yes,
I'm sure he's here for it. I'm sure of it. So Thank you so much. And like he mentioned, the arts that he practices, Kyudo, which is the bow and arrow, and just to make sure I don't missay, Meifuku Shinkageru, Meifuku Shinkageru, which is like the throwing stars. Like that's the group here in Chicago that learns that martial art, as well as haiku and all kinds of other arts. So if you want to connect with Shihan Sensei, this is the space, and you can find out more about his classes on our website too.
Yeah, and there's a link in chat. Fierce Buddhist also says next class in haiku starts tomorrow, so act fast if you're interested.
That's right. It is a really great season for haiku, as there's so many cool things to observe, good ones, and those like small observances that you can throw into a haiku. Guess what those are? Ikigai, totally. So just gonna keep them coming, guys.
Smooth.
So coming up, we have one of I think both of us have a lot of love for this group. The Mugai-ryu Iaido group at the Japanese Culture Center, which is sort of like traditional Japanese swordsmanship. And they are such a fun community and such a cool group of artists. They collaborate on all kinds of events with us, from at the Surgical Science Museum, where we talk about death poems and we talk about seppuku, because they're down for all those conversations. And we do lots of cool things at like Logan Theater about samurai movies with them. So they're a really fun group, and they do a really cool art, which Derek has actually dabbled in. So Derek, what do you want to add?
Well, I originally, my interest in joining Iaido was long withstanding since being a part of the Culture Center, and it was actually brought to a head from a game project that's currently on hiatus while I finish up another release. And so it is a game that deals with samurai, and I said, what better way to learn about samurai and samurai values than to take one of the amazing classes that we have at the Culture Center. And so yes, I can't wait for some of the information that's going to be shared here, and I hope that some of you at home get to have a look at such a cool and like really inward thinking martial art.
Yeah, so I guess without further ado, we can join the head of that group, that sensei, at their home. And I just want to drop in here, if you notice their cat in the back, bonus points, because it kind of made my day. So.
They're also in chat if you have any questions, but we'll be posting links, and without further ado.
Hello, my name is Paul Dridis, and I'm currently the head instructor of Muge Shinden Mugai-ryu Shodo at the Japanese Culture Center in Chicago, Illinois. I'm very excited today because I'm going to share with you a little bit of the style that we practice there, Mugai-ryu for short, some of the drills and warm-ups that we do, and some of the larger ideas that we have when we practice and end our practice and then go out into the world. This concept of Ikigai is one that I think all of us can relate to in some way, and I'm very, very, very pleased to share with you some part of what gets me going every day to go out into the world and to make it a better place. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy this. So I'm going to demonstrate for you today Kihon Dosa and Suburi, so that you can get a sense of how these things, I think, contribute to this idea of Ikigai. Right? So I'm going to start with Suburi, which is considered just empty cutting. Right? We are simply cutting the air. Right? There's no target in front of us. For that, typically we begin in this shizentai, a neutral stance here, with our feet under our hips. Sword is held in this position called chudan no kamae, where the end of the handle, or tsukagashira, is pointed towards my center, or hara, and the tip of the sword, or kisaki, is held slightly up. Right? This is a defensive posture. It's relatively neutral, and from here then, we bring our sword up overhead into a position called jodan no kamae, where the tsuba, or hand guard, is directly over our head, the center of our head, and the tip is straight back or slightly down even with the base of the neck. From here, we cast the sword out and step forward, ending with the sword deepest part of the curvature at the middle, parallel to the ground. From here, we bring the tip slightly up back to this chudan position, and then we return back to shizentai. Once again. So from here, typically, we will then put the sword away and maybe transition to another practice. Suburi is important. It's a fundamental component of Japanese swordsmanship because it's a way for us to hone and to practice the fundamental, the very fundamental piece of swordsmanship, which is the cut. We have no target other than what our mind projects out. And every time we cut, when we're doing suburi, we're projecting out our demons. We're projecting out the parts of us that are antagonistic, the parts of us that are rough, the parts of us that are imperfect, right? And we're cutting those things over and over and over again. The parts of us that are, our own demons, right? Quite often, suburi can become exhausting as a person cuts over and over and over again. And I think that exhaustion is, for sure, I think something that we can all relate to. Sometimes we feel as though there is no end to the onslaught of troubles, the trials that we face on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. It seems as though they are endless. And I think that practice of suburi being so fundamental teaches us to try again, to raise our sword once more, and to cut down those things that stand between us and a better version of ourselves, or that stand between us and a better version of the world, perhaps. So with suburi, again, what I just demonstrated was what would be called kiriroshi, or makko, or kirisage. Basically just a falling cut, right? And that was just from over the top of the head down through our opponent's body to the pelvis region, right? And to split the opponent in two. That is a static practice, right? We do that just simply over and over, and we can add diagonal cuts, horizontal cuts, rising cuts to that. But fundamentally, really, there is just, a few cuts in Japanese swordsmanship, and we just simply combine them in different ways. One of the ways that we do that is this practice called Kihon Dosa, where we are practicing movement while cutting. And the fundamental component of Japanese swordsmanship, or Iaido in this case, which is drawing the sword and cutting in one smooth motion. The purpose of Kihon Dosa is to combine lots of different components and discrete building blocks into one smooth sort of technique. We use Kihon Dosa to warm up They are the movements that we do in our Kihon Dosa drills are, you can find sprinkled throughout the rest of the style, but they are not tied to any particular mindset or situation. They're just general warm-ups. But again, we can take that concept of pulling together small things from here and there and combining together to create something that's much larger than just the sum of its parts. Once we're done with our practice, of course, we then we do everything that we did initially, all of that reho, we do in reverse. So, Tore. Hey. So that would be it's a very short example, small example of how we would structure our practice. We would begin with some warm-ups and some suburi. After that, we would transition into practicing technique, either solo or with a partner. And then when we finish, we once again bow to our weapon, to the space, and again to the teacher, if present. Something that I think is fundamental to the practice of any sort of Japanese martial art, but swordsmanship in particular, is that there is an extreme attention to detail. And I think it's this attention to detail and this striving to execute technique and to cut perfectly, right? To execute technique perfectly, flawlessly, and without hesitation. That's what we're striving for. I think the practice of Japanese swordsmanship is one of it's multifaceted, but we are always focused. We are turned outside. Our techniques in Mugai-ryu, and I think in some styles more than others, but in Mugai-ryu, the purpose, the core component of our practice is annihilation. Right? When we practice, we are cutting ourselves down over and over and over, so that we can rebuild those weak parts, rebuild them stronger, bring them back sharper, right? Even the process of making katana jari is one that requires immense heat and pressure, right? Where you take steel and you plunge it into fire, and then you pound on it with a hammer and you shape it, right? And I think that when we practice, we think of using this weapon to forge ourselves into something stronger and more resilient. The world is vast, and there's this concept in Japanese swordsmanship that when you leave your home, you are beset on all sides by 10,000 enemies. And that can either be daunting, it can either be something that prevents you from entering the world and from trying to live your life, or it can be a challenge. It can be an acknowledgement that, yes, there will be hardship, but that with practice and with a strong mind and a calm spirit, that there is no enemy that you cannot overcome. I think that most of my students would agree, and I think most practitioners of Japanese swordsmanship would agree, that this practice is challenging, and it fundamentally calls you to come face to face with some of your deficiencies, for lack of a better term. But in that practice and in the struggle that comes with this training, as you engage with yourself and your dark spots, you also find, I think, perhaps the chance to get it right. And it is that, I think, that gets us out of bed in the morning, right? Gets us out into the world. That attention to detail, appreciating the small things. Your cup of coffee on the windowsill, or the way that the shadows interact with the light on your wall. These are small things, and seemingly insignificant, but learning to appreciate them and take that time, I think, is a lost art, perhaps. Something that maybe now in these very strange times perhaps has more meaning. Maybe appreciating the small things is what we should be doing, what we should have been doing all along. So with that, I do thank you so much for giving me your time today in learning a little bit about Japanese swordsmanship, and I wish you all the best, and hopefully you find more and more reasons to go out into the world. Being safe, of course, but to go out into the world and to share yourselves. Thank you.
Mugai Ryu. Thank you so much to Terita Sensei. Thank you so much. I was personally taking Mugai Ryu Iaido for a bit prior to stay-at-home circumstances, and largely inspired because of a personal game project. But there's so much more, as Terita Sensei was pointing out in their demonstration, to just the sword, and what else goes into it. So follow that link. There was so much chat and banter happening during their demonstration, which is really great. I'm glad you're all asking so many questions. And I will post that link again in just a moment here for those of you who might be interested in taking Iaido in the future or at your leisure.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you can find Terita Sensei, or as I know him, Paul, in the chat here, and at normal Tokyo House parties. So as we've said from the beginning here, this really is the whole community of the Japanese Culture Center and Japanese Arts Foundation. So we're all here for questions and just like dishing with each other. So don't be afraid to reach out to us or to Paul or to others if you want to know more about the arts they practice or how you might become involved from home.
Absolutely.
So we have so much more, everybody. Buckle up. And there's so much more coolness coming too. So just to keep us moving along, we have Kyoto Aoki coming up now. And Kyoto has been on Tokyo House Party before as well. And I'm sure we'll be back again. Kyoto's a really wonderful artist and does a lot of different multidisciplinary arts here in Chicago, including Taiko. So thank you for buckling up. And so I think, as always, it's best for everyone to introduce themselves because they can really do it the most justice. So I guess without any more delay, Derek, can we meet Kyoto?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kyoto Aoki, and my Ikigai is my art. I am a visual artist and analog image maker, specializing in photography and
one sec there. Might be a
filmmaking
little
or
bit
cinema.
of technical
And
difficulty.
as a musician, I'm also a Taiko artist. And I have these two practices, two different mediums and modes of expression that keep me going. Today we're going to be sharing with you a little excerpt of me playing a Hi, I'm Kyoto Aoki, and my Ikigai is my art. I am a visual artist and analog image maker, specializing in photography and filmmaking, or cinema. And as a musician, I'm also a Taiko artist. And I have these two practices, two different mediums and modes of expression that keep me going. Today we're going to be sharing with you a little excerpt of me playing a Taiko solo. Hope you enjoy. Hi, I'm Kyoto Aoki, and my Ikigai is my art.
Wow. I love watching Taiko. Wow. Hi. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we made it as far as we did. If there are any others that any other hiccups, just bear with us. We'll sort it out as quickly as we can. Oh, weird. Okay. Oh, you should be good now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So yeah, I was just saying that if anyone unfortunately caught our first hiccup of the whole day, then you can learn more about what all Kyoto does outside of this program from the links that we dropped into the chat here, as well as if you want to connect with her as a working artist in the city. She does many different interdisciplinary arts and is very active in Chicago. So, and if you hadn't noticed, it's not just drumming, it's like a dance, right? It's such a performance. And yeah, so thank you so much to all of these wonderful artists who added all of these elements to this day. So knowing that we are definitely going to go past 4 o'clock, as you all know by this point, let's just enjoy yourselves and continue on. So we have more awesomeness still coming, if you can believe it. And I think this is just a testament to the breadth of this community and how many wonderful artists and students and teachers are held within it. And so again, this is also an opportunity for all of you to join it. So if anyone out there isn't already a part of this community, you are now. And we hope that you start asking questions and join some of these programs, or just, you know, hang with us more. So,
yeah, that's good. And for our next segment, what do we have, Sarah?
We have Asami Iba. And Asami was with us from the Japan Foundation Grassroots Program, visiting from Japan for some years before and last year. And she took tea ceremony classes at the center, though what she's showing us today isn't tea ceremony as it's practiced in the center. But if you are interested in Japanese tea ceremony, that is a class that we hold at the Japanese Culture Center. We actually have a tea room held within, so you can learn in that environment, which is so lovely. And the chapter or the tradition that we practice is the Urasenke School of Tea Ceremony. That we are the Chicago chapter, one of the places that can be learned. So without further ado, if you'd like to learn a little bit more about matcha, tea ceremony, and this Japanese tradition, Asami, all the way from Japan, is going to give you just a real quick introduction and chat.
Right on.
Hello everyone, I'm Asami. I'm from Japan, but I live in Chicago for 2 years until last October. I really like Chicago, and today I would like to talk about Japanese tea ceremony. Before, I was working as a cultural exchange facilitator, so I visit a lot of schools and companies and the festivals, and I made a bunch of presentation about Japanese culture. Mostly I make a presentation about origami, but today I would like to talk about Japanese tea and a little bit talk about Japanese tea ceremony. Maybe matcha is very familiar right now because you know Starbucks, they also have a matcha tea latte, and also you can find green tea in the supermarket, and also some Asian market have a green tea powder matcha. So actually you can see the green tea right now. So this is matcha. So it's really easy. Only you put green tea powder matcha and hot water and mix it. And the traditional, in traditional way, we use the mixer, made by bamboo. But today, I'd like to introduce the automatic mixer. You know, like Japan has a 100 yen shop, so it's only cost the dollar, but it's worked really well. And mixes, and and done. So it's really easy. If you have any kind of authentic equipment, you still enjoy the taste of green tea. So this is green tea. So we're gonna serve this kind of tea for the tea ceremony. So if you heard about the kind of ceremony, maybe you feel like, oh, we have to follow a lot of discipline and protocol. It might be very difficult to master it. Yeah, that's true. It's very, very difficult to master the Japanese tea ceremony. But the most important things for the Japanese tea ceremony is not just following the protocol and, it's not, the most important things is just showing appreciation and hospitality to each other between guest and host and hostess. So, we prepare the best tea. So best green tea matcha powder, and also best sweet, really good sweet, Japanese sweet, mostly made by red bean, we call anko. So it must be a little, funny because, you guys don't, usually don't eat like sweet beans, but it tastes really good. So if you, have a chance to go to like an Asian supermarket, maybe you can try it. Yeah, so, so at the tea ceremony, we serve this green tea, and the host and hostess and the guests enjoy the spend the time together. Nowadays the situation is kind of worse and worse, and it's more difficult to, the people get together and, get crowded and, have a conversation. But like, even the virtual, you can see, the green tea. Actually, it had no sugar, just the powder and hot water. So it's really bitter, but like we can drink it with Japanese sweets. So, in the mouth, kind of taste is okay. But the tea itself is really bitter. But, if you mixed, or like just a mixer, or like a, and make this kind of like, you can see the small bubbles, it tastes much milder. It's unbelievably much milder, Maybe if I try this tea, maybe it's not like such a bitter. So it's kind of okay. So, so now it's very difficult, but if you have a chance to have a green tea powder and hot water and kind of mixer, maybe you can enjoy green tea and a kind of tea ceremony, with your family and or by yourself. And so I hope you can enjoy the tea even this difficult situation. And thank you everyone. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Sarah, do you have matcha at home? I almost said mitsuwa because it was mentioned in chat.
I know. I was like, I want to go to Mitsuo with everyone.
Hi, ikimasu.
I do have matcha at home. I drink matcha less than I bake with it, actually. I'm a big fan of making things with matcha.
Lovely.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of caffeine in matcha, actually, and my nervous system can only take a small amount.
Matcha, I do have some at home as well. Actually, in my last trip to Mitsuwa, I scooped some up, and I use it post coffee, but I don't know why I make that distinction, because it's about as much caffeine, and I'm not doing myself any favors by double dosing on coffee and matcha throughout the day.
The fun part is if you dump it in sweets and baked goods, then it's like it doesn't count. But that's the lie.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to Asami, who joined us all the way from Japan. She recorded that though she's not with us in Chicago at the moment, she still found some time to do that from her own quarantine halfway across the world. So
はい、Sami-sanありがとうございます。
hi. Oh no. Next we have Tai Yamamoto, and Tai joined us on Tokyo House Party not too long ago, and since has been teaching all of the origami classes at the Japanese Culture Center. And he is just like the coolest person. He has really great jams while he folds, and he teaches some really cool, unique origami artwork. So we had Tai in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still around, but regardless, you can join him in his classes, and you can learn a little bit from him right now as well.
Let's go.
Hello, my name is Tai Yamamoto. I am the origami instructor for the JCC, and I'm here to talk a little bit about origami and show you a really fun pattern. So origami comes from the word oru, which means to fold, and kami, which means paper in Japanese. So when you put it together, origami kind of is like the Japanese art of paper folding. The origins are kind of disputed, although people say that the first known recording of a diagram of origami has been found from the 1600s, which is pretty old. There's a lot of different influences in origami, ranging from German influence to Chinese influence to all sorts of different places to kind of create this art form. Traditionally, origami just involves a single sheet of paper, and that is it. But over the years, people have done different things using scissors to kind of cut intricate patterns. That's known as kirigami, or the art of like cut paper. They've also done modular origami, which is a very geometric form of origami that uses lots of different pieces of paper and lots of little shapes to create larger and more intricate patterns. Origami has so many different variations now, and there's still so many people that do it across the world, not just in Japan. So it's a really great art form to really teach patience and show that sometimes the final result comes from a lot of repetition or practice. So today I'm going to show you how to make a little box like this, inflatable box with wings. It's one of my favorite patterns. I have had a lot of fun with it ever since I was a kid, honestly. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get started with that. Alrighty, so as I said, today we're going to be making a flying box pattern, which is one of my favorite patterns. It's a little bit complicated, but I think we'll be able to get it. So if you want to follow along at home, or if you want to rewatch this later, feel free to do whichever you feel comfortable with. So you see I have my very pretty paper here that has kind of this fan or flower pattern on it. And essentially what we're going to do to start is flip to the plain side of your paper if you're using two-sided paper. And we're just going to start by folding it in half like a triangle. And then you'll just open it up and do the same thing going the other direction. And you'll notice with these folds, I'm kind of going over them a couple times with my finger. That's just going to make sure that they're nice and sharp and that your pattern looks good when it comes out. And then if you look at the piece of paper, you'll see we kind of have this X shape going down the center of it. So now just flip it over to the other side, and we're going to fold it in half like a rectangle this time. And again, we'll do this going both directions so that it's even. So I'll fold it like a rectangle one way, open it up, and then fold it the other way. So now you can see we have a plus going down the middle and an X going down diagonally. And this next step is a little tricky for people sometimes, but essentially what we're going to do is we're going to collapse it down so that it's just this triangle shape we have here. And how we do that is I'm going to start by pinching these two corners like this, and I'll show it from another angle. I'm going to pinch these two corners and bring them down to the center, and then just squish the rest of the triangle flat down, and fold it nice and sharp so that we have some good creases. And I'll show that one more time because I know it's tricky. But all I'm doing is bringing these sides in and flattening down the rest of the shape. And make sure to crease nice and tight here. Now for this next step, it's going to be a little bit easier. All we're going to do is on both sides, we're going to bring this flap to the top. So I'm just going to bring this little corner upward, just like that. I'll show up close so you can see. And I'll do the same thing on this side right here. So that now we kind of have a square shape in the middle, or two triangles. And now I'm going to flip it over to the other side and do the same thing and bringing both these corners to the top so that we just have a square. Now for this next step, what I'm going to do is, you see how we have this line kind of going down the middle here? We have these two flaps on this side and these two flaps on this side. Just with the top two flaps, we're going to start by folding those to the middle, just by taking this corner and bringing it to the center like that. I'll show you what that looks like. Just like so. I'll do the same thing on the other side, bringing it in to match. Now I'm just going to flip it over and do the same thing, kind of making it all into a little football shape, and you'll see what I mean. This little football shape like this. So the next step is a little tricky, so I'll follow along carefully. I'm going to unfold that out, and what we're going to do is, I'll do it one flap at a time. I'm going to lift this flap up, and here you can see this little line we created by one of those folds. I'm just going to fold it on that line, and you'll see up here, we're kind of starting to have a pocket that's naturally coming out. I'm just going to flatten down that pocket and then flip this little wing over a tiny bit. Just like that. And if you got lost there, no worries. People get confused with that. I'll do the same thing on this side so you can see. I'm just going to lift this flap up to start, fold in on that little line, flip this down, and then fold this wing over a bit. And I'll do it 2 more times on the other side. You're just going to repeat the same thing. You're going to unfold, unfold again, fold in on this little line, bring this top down, and then fold this flap out. And as you can see, origami is a lot of repetition and doing the same thing over and over again, but it really rewards patience, especially designs like this that have a really fun end result. So once you have this, kind of separate out the little folds. So when you look at it from the top, you have like a plus sign. And all you have to do to finish this pattern is kind of blow into it like it's a balloon. And it may take a couple tries. I know people have trouble with this last part, especially if you're not using origami paper, but give it a go. And you can kind of use your finger to pinch it out a bit. Just like this. There you have it. A perfect little box with wings. All right, so hopefully all of you have your own little winged box right now. They make for great little decorations or gifts, all sorts of different things you can do with them. I wanted to talk a little bit about why origami is so special to me and just kind of like my personal connection to it. Really, ever since I was a kid, when I went to a Japanese-American elementary school, I've been doing origami just for fun or to show friends or different things. And it's really stuck with me. I mean, I've been folding through middle school, high school, college even. During quarantine, I think I took it up even more though, trying out new intricate patterns. It's just a fun art form where there's so many surprises. Hello, my name is Tai Yamamoto. I am the origami instructor for the JCC, and I'm here to talk a little bit about origami and show you a really fun pattern.
Alrighty, sorry about the hiccups there. Looks like it might have restarted, but thank you, Tai, for sharing information.
Yeah.
Oops, bit of an echo. Thank you for sharing the information on origami and teaching us about making another origami on stream. This is the second time that they've come on the show and taught us something really, really cool. But yeah, so we have an additional guest today, as Christine in chat pointed out. Oh my God, Doggo.
Oh yeah, I felt like, so we've been here for a while and I felt like Miss Momo, who is struggling to stand up straight, oh, she's standing up straight for you, was a little bit bummed to not be included for us being here for so long. So this is Momo. Momo makes an appearance on most Tokyo house parties, so that's also what you're missing on Tokyo House Party. She's part of my Ikigai, so she's gonna hang out just for a few. But that said, what do we have next?
Oh, let's see. So I have my schedule off on the side. Among many screens here, we have Reiki up next.
Yeah, so is anyone familiar with Reiki? This is the Usui Reiki Ryoho School of Reiki. And this is something else that's also practiced at the Japanese Culture Center, and you can take classes in it. And the instructor, Fried Sensei, is just a lovely person and is a wonderful person to work with and experience this art from. So without further ado, I guess we can let her introduce herself.
Yep, let's go.
Hi, my name is Veronique Fred. I'm a Reiki teacher located in the North Shore of Chicago. I've been practicing Reiki for about 12 years in the US as well as in Europe and Japan. I've been practicing in different settings, including a hospital, a cancer wellness center, a retirement home, yoga studios, and more lately I've been practicing at the Japanese Culture Center in Chicago. My lineage includes both the Japanese and Western branches of Reiki. So what is Reiki? Reiki is a Japanese word that can be translated as universal life force energy, or more simply, spiritual energy. It is the creative power of the universe that is around us and within us. It is a force that makes us alive and animates us in every moment in our life. The system of Reiki, the Usui Reiki Ryoho, was developed in Japan in the 1920s by Mikao Usui. It is a set of practices that include meditation, hands-on healing, the Reiju or spiritual blessings, as well as embodying the Reiki precepts into our daily life. I'm going to share with you now a very short sequence of 3 different practices that are commonly used in the Japanese system of Reiki. And I would like to invite you to simply observe and notice if you feel anything through this practice. Let's begin now. This is called Gasho, bringing our hands together in unity. Uniting our body-mind energy with the body-mind energy of the universe as one. Our next practice is called Jashin Kokyuho. It's a meditation practice that uses the breath to concentrate our mind and energy in the hara, an energetic point located a few inches below the navel. So as we breathe in into the hara. And as we breathe out, we expand our energy through our breath into the surroundings and the universe. And from that place, we can also do hands-on healing by bringing our hands with a light touch on the body or above the body. So why do we practice Reiki? We generally practice Reiki to feel better physically, emotionally, mentally, to feel more present, more balanced, more stable, to feel less worried, less angry, maybe to feel more open and understanding. We also practice the system of Reiki to create a more balance in our life. So the challenges of life may still be present, but instead of reacting with the fight or flight or freeze mode when something hits us, we are able to take a pause, go within, to find the resources we may need to respond more effectively and maybe with more compassion and kindness, so in a more supportive way. We also practice the system of Reiki to live life more in harmony with the whole. As we practice more regularly, we are able to feel more connected within ourselves and also with the world around us. So the system of Reiki can be understood as a set of practices that empower us to live life more in balance and harmony, and also to help others and empower others to live life the same way. To me, the system of Reiki is also a path, a way of being, a way of living life with greater presence, awareness, and compassion. And the key is practice, because it is really truly the juice of our practice that helps us transform ourselves, our life, and the world around us. And that kind of magic is what makes me jump out of my bed every morning to live life more fully and with greater purpose. So if you are interested and curious about the system of Reiki, I welcome you to join me in practice at the Japanese Culture Center every Thursday. I also invite you to visit my website, www.moonstonesanctuary.com. And you can also reach me directly at Veronique, moonstonesanctuary@gmail.com. Thank you.
That was wonderful. I hope if any of you at home had an opportunity to practice a little bit of Reiki, that you took advantage of that. And if you didn't get to, please follow those links and learn more.
Yeah. And I know that we've been talking a lot about Ikigai and maybe we haven't spoken so much yet about why that term and this idea might be so relevant to everyone right now. And I think that it's not lost on anyone the moment that we all find ourselves in the world and at home, and all these things that can bring us a little bit of new meaning and avenues for exploration and joy is kind of what we're here for, and sharing those things and making sure that, there's so many entry points into the different things that everyone does here. And if any of them can bring your experience at home a little more fulfillment, we are here for it. And that's pretty much where we're going with everything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And we have, we arranged all of these wonderful guests today in no particular order. And I want to emphasize that because who's coming up next? This video is so fun and so encouraging of what kind of fun you can have while at home, even now. And to note that we don't have our Nihongo or Japanese language instructor with us sharing a video today, but we still do offer virtual Nihongo classes or Japanese language classes from beginner to intermediate to advanced. And they're all online, and there's a new round coming up in January. So without talking to Fuji Sensei, who is our language instructor, we would love to introduce you to Chicago Speaks Japanese. And Chicago Speaks Japanese is another group that's housed within the Japanese Culture Center, where you can just practice your language skills no matter where you're at in your language learning journey. And if you are a Japanese speaker, you can practice English with others or help others by speaking Japanese with them. So it's a really great citywide or even like regional group, a meetup group that you can create a new community within. And they do really fun things. They meet virtually all the time and have fun parties virtually. And they also meet in different places across the city. Even it seems like a touch, they've met outdoors in some places over the summer. But otherwise, they have really cool events where they do mixers and they meet up and go have drinks together. So it's a really cool community to become part of and kind of be more active in if you are trying to learn Japanese at any level. So without saying more about them, they can say a lot more about themselves in this video coming up.
Yes, let's take a look.
こんにちは。英語と日本語の会話をするグループの Chicago Speaks Japanese のダコタです。毎週オンラインの会話のイベントをやっていますので、ぜひとも参加してください。また会えますようにね。よろしくお願いいたします。バイバイ。
Okay, hi! Rena again, and so we're gonna eat taiyaki ice cream later, and so I want to explain about taiyaki today. Taiyaki, actually Japan, like this kind of taiyaki, I want to show this. This is ice cream, this is like recent taiyaki in this world, but the normal taiyaki we eat actually only have the this part here, and Japanese always talk about where do you eat taiyaki first? You eat it from the head part or the tail part. And if you eat it from the head part, that means you hate to lose, but you're kind of optimistic too. And if you eat it from the tail, then that means you're a romantic kind of guy person, and you are super careful with a lot of stuff too. So yeah, we will always ask like for people that where do you eat taiyaki from, and this is the taiyaki that we bought today. Yay! This is matcha no mochi, and I'm gonna try it. Oh yeah. And you don't actually, if you go to like Kyoto or some traditional mochi place, you don't actually see too many places that sells ice cream and mochi together. This is more like, I feel like this is more like for foreigner. Okay. We eat it by itself, and yeah, we usually will put some powder called kinako. So a lot of mochi's name is kinako mochi, and I feel like it's a little bit like peanuts kind of flavor. A lot of people love it. Sometimes that kinako powder, we will put it inside the mochi too, but this is really good.
My Ikigai is my drawing and my art. So I've been doing it for the last 21 years, and that's a huge passion of mine. And I pursued, a career in animation, dealing with that. And that's something I feel like the most accomplishment and the most fulfillment in. Definitely, helps me get up in the morning for sure. I pursue what I can every week to get as much art done as I can. And in terms of how Japanese culture influenced it, that is because I probably wouldn't do drawing at all if it wasn't for Japanese culture. So when I was a kid, I was exposed to Japanese animation, also known as anime. And then when I first watched it, I think it was Dragon Ball Z at 6 years old, that's when I started drawing the next day. And ever since, I've been making my own stories and concepts and drawing as much as I can. So that is definitely my passion, my fulfillment in life, in making those art and those designs and kind of reflecting those themes that I've seen in a lot of the Japanese animation.
Hi, Kai. Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
Hi, Olivia.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。Oscar. Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。学校で英語を勉強しました。
大学時代ちゃんと授業を取った。それは2年ぐらい。
11歳の時から日本語を勉強しています。
学校を卒業した後はテレビを見たり映画を見たりして英語を勉強しました。
でもそれかのはアニメとか少し漫画を読んでいるけどよくアニメを見る。
アニメを見たの時、初めてアニメを見ました。
最近はこの本を読みながら勉強しています。
アニメからそのオープニングとエンディングテーマも歌いたいと思ったから曲からも自分で歌ってそれで自分で喋る練習が生まれた。
自分の英語が正しいか勉強しています。
おー、すごい。
わかりましたか？
はい、はい、わかってました。So basically, this kanji can be used for ingredients or for cooking, such as dori or other words.
Bing bong, yeah. I mean, the real kanji, like the kanji is fee and material.
Kanji is also used in the kutoba or kyokasho or textbook.
No, actually, I believe you're thinking of a different one. That one has like a.
Oh, I see.
Nen?
Which is?
Looks like year.
It is not.
Ushi.
Bing bong. Yeah, it's cat.
Ushi. Kono cow. Like
牛乳から牛乳からそれ違うな。
牛乳。
なるほど。
When you say year, you really close. I don't know how you describe the difference, but there's a tiny like a box in it.
So.
Okay, we're gonna get to the extremely hard ones now. We're gonna go to Osco. This, I feel like this is like a common one. You see a lot, but let's just check it out.
わかります。これは憂鬱です。Depression.
Yeah. The most fun, like when people want to stun people, they always go to this kanji. Are you ready for the other big one?
Okay. 書けないけど読めます。I can't write down, but I can read.
Oh my God. Good tell.
Keiren. Like cramp. Keiren. Like your muscles.
Period. Yeah.
Benizuru? 赤い鶴赤い鶴は何だろうわからない。
Well, okay, what's the first kanji?
Beni?
Which is
red.
Yeah. And what's the second?
Tsuru, crane.
So think of a red crane.
Red crane.
More of the shade of red. It's more pinkish.
Flamingo?
Yeah. Yeah, they use the katakana, not the kanji. Yeah. Asko, Kai, Olivia, thank you guys so much for doing this with me.
Thank you.
I hope some of you guys learned something from this. If you have more questions about kanji, you can always ask us at Chicago Speak Japanese.
またね。
またね。See ya. See ya.
That was very wholesome. Thank you, Chicago Speaks Japanese. 本当にありがとうございました.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I just feel like it's such a cool group that's still doing so much out there. And, you know, for all of us who've studied Nihongo in the past, it's one thing to have the textbooks and to take a class, but you really don't move forward without that speaking component outside of the classroom. That's just how it is. And that's why it's so difficult to learn when you don't live in Japan. So, oh my gosh, Vodka Lover, are you from Chicago Speaks Japanese? Okay, I'll wait for that. But yeah, so having that component and having this group that's like, you know, and their spare time just has fun with it and does all these cool things, even virtually. I'm just so like, I'm so amazed by all the things that they do. And again, I think it's basically free to join, and I don't know why you wouldn't. So
yep.
Yeah.
Chicago Speaks Japanese, they are on, let me make sure I get the Meetup. Meetup is the website that you can get more information on the classes and how you can get started. To Sarah's point, one of the best ways that you can help solidify language is through community and through community practice. I myself need much more of that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm still working on hiragana and katakana, Christine 1835 says. Well, ganbatte.
Yeah, there's sometimes I am too, especially sometimes when I see, you know, I think the best part, and I'm really digressing, I heard you, but the best part of being in Japan is when you're in like a konbini or something and you're trying to read ingredients that are in katakana on a package, and you just are saying it out loud to yourself, sounding it out over and over and over until you're like, oh, it says spaghetti or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
You have to say it so many times, doesn't matter how well you know those katakana. It's like, ah. But yeah, I'm with you. And we have this is about where we're going to wrap for today, but thank you so much to Chicago Speaks Japanese for making that really fun video and taking us with you all when you travel and do fun things together virtually and safely in person. But I guess to that end, there's a couple wrapping things that I want to make sure we can cover when we leave you. But before that, I just wanted to give such a big thank you to everyone who made these videos, who showed up today, who really, I guess I couldn't have known that you all would have made such wonderful, wonderful, wonderful things at home to share with everyone. And I'm so pleasantly surprised and always amazed by everyone in this community. And today is certainly no different. And thinking about what my Ikigai is really this community, honestly. I've been working with them for the better part of 15 years, maybe longer in some ways. And just like, you know, sharing all the things I love and helping them share all the things that they love is really in so many different ways. And there's so many small and large things. What is my Ikigai? Derek, what's your Ikigai?
Community is very much the same for me. Community is the gasoline to anything that I'm motivated to doing, and the reason that I do it. And so, if there's a project or some sort of thing that might be coming up in the future, I know we were just talking about like, hey, do you want to go speak to a school or speak with students about things? Immediately, I can't in any semblance of the word, say no to something like that. It gets me so motivated. And so, and that extends itself in the Japanese Arts Foundation, the JCC, in game dev, and the people that I've met and colleagues there. So hello to those of you who had come out of those spaces to join us for this event. I really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, gosh. And I encourage everyone, we can hang out a little bit longer too. So just to hear, because I'd love to hear what your Ikigai is, everyone in chat. If you'd like to share that with us, we would love, love, love to hear it. And while you mull that a little bit, just to reiterate that all the things you've seen today, you can rewatch this episode of Tokyo House Party, both on the Tokyo House Party website and on the Twitch channel here, along with all the other episodes that we've had, if you want to catch up and now join our Saturday night streams. And speaking of, we have one coming up on the 19th. So that's not 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today is going to be the Tokyo House Party Bonenkai. Does anyone know what a Bonenkai is? A Bonenkai, before I just wait because I know it's kind of a strange word, is a year-end party. And so that's kind of what it's going to be. And usually the Japanese Culture Center has a Bonenkai in-house every year with their close community members, and we share drinks and talk about the year and just mingle with one another and enjoy each other. And guess what? This year, you're all invited. So this year, it's all going to be on Tokyo House Party. That will be on December 19th at 6 o'clock, and it goes all night. And we will have a very special lineup of different events and cool guests that will talk to different holiday traditions that happen in Japan. It's going to be a really cool one, as I always say. We always say that because they always are. But
they're all wonderful.
yeah. And then we have the day after that. We are so thrilled to be involved with Asian Arts Improv Midwest, whom you've seen a lot of different performances from tonight, including Aoki Sensei's and Yoshinojo Sensei's and Kyoto-san's Taiko and Shamisen and dance performances. That will be a performance and something they're all working on, the Taiko Legacy program, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So the day after that Tokyo House Party will be a collaboration that we're doing with Taiko Legacy that streams from the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago. So that will be another live stream that weekend. You should just stick with us all weekend long because it's going to be so cool. And the performance that they do every year at the MCA or the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago is just, it's the thing that we all look forward to every year. So that we get to be a part of it and we get to co-stream that live is such a privilege, and we hope you don't miss out on that. So and also, if you want more details about those things, you should go to the Tokyo House Party website and sign up for our newsletter there. But you can also go to the Japanese Culture Center and sign up for that newsletter. You can support us in about a million ways, from making donations to just being here. So we hope to see your faces, your, what do you call it? The
usernames?
Yeah, there's another word. There's a handle, right?
Handles, yes. Okay. Yep.
Hey, yeah,
Yes.
I can speak techie things.
Well, speaking of handles and usernames and things like that, I wanted to shout out all the individuals who have followed our channel, who have donated to the channel and subscribed, because just the nature of the show, we don't shoot off any notifications while the show is going on. But definitely want to make sure that we call attention to you, those of you in chat who have been supporting the channel, and new supporters and followers today. So thank you so much to everyone, and hopefully we'll continue seeing you on our upcoming episodes of Tokyo House Party.
Yeah, and for the questions, I think someone did ask too if will this be available to view later because they missed some things and someone else missed the shamisen. No problem, no problem. Yes, yes, yes. You can view it basically after the show ends today on our channel or on the Tokyo House Party website. But yeah, it's always stored here. You can see it in its entirety. You can skip around. You can reverse, whatever you got to do. But yeah, and to, I guess, Derek, is there anything else that you wanted to touch on before we really wrap?
No, only that we just have one teeny tiny little segment to send you away with, And I'll pass it back to you to kind of give us the information. We were touching on it a little bit earlier, but yes, back to some Taiko a little bit.
Yes, I guess there's one more thing I want to add is that if you all make a manga drawing from what you've seen today, if you all decide to make your own anything, if you all want to make any kind of response to your own Ikigai and share it with us on social media, it will make our millenniums. Please do. You can find us Japanese Arts Foundation on Instagram, and that's probably where we're the most active. Japanese Culture Center is also on Instagram and on Facebook, where you can find all of our events coming up. And if you tag us and send them to us on Instagram, we will definitely give you a shout out and hope to hear more from you thereafter. But yeah, and in the new year, we will have so many cool things coming, and we will preface those at the next Tokyo House Party. So I guess without further ado, our last video to share with you is a hype for the big MCA show that we are doing on the 20th with Asian Arts Improv Midwest and Tsukasa Taiko, the Taiko Legacy 17. So that's where we will say goodbye to you. And but just for now, because in 2 weeks we will have an action-packed weekend for you, and we hope you're here for all of it.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's going to be it for this episode of Tokyo House Party, our Ikigai special. So let's send off with this Taiko video.
Thank you all so much.
Mata ne.